course, I know past due notice. $2.50.
Mrs. Bitter.
And so I just wanted him to sign another check. She called me.
Can we put it in the budget to get recliners for the audience?
She said,
Like the Nevada Theater.
There you go.
Nevada has a theater with recliners in it?
Yeah, they did. I may have closed, but yeah, they were really nice. They, you know,
to
really good, good stuff.
Do you use big envelopes or little envelopes?
Did you go there?
Little ones?
Well, I have it.
What's that?
Did you ever go to Nevada Theater?
It's been a while since I've been there,
I
yeah.
registered
I don't
for
know
the
if they're-
draft the last year of the Vietnam War and got a really low number, and I was having trouble paying for college, and so I started to enlist. I have a Navy tradition in my family, and my uncle called from San Diego. He was a chief petty officer. His job was to lecture outgoing troops on their GI Bill. He said, I heard you're going in for GI benefits. They're getting ready to slash those big time. If you're going in for the benefits, don't do it. And he talked me out in the state of college. So, thankful for that phone call.
The post-Vietnam era was not good for the military.
No.
I came in right at the end of that, and there was a huge. My experience with that, there was a huge drug culture in the military. Yeah.
Yeah, if I put on the uniform in 74, 75, I got called baby killer even though I wasn't over there.
Right. That's really unfortunate. Yep. But thankfully, we turned things around, you know.
You think the 19 hijackers did the most to improve our attitude towards the military?
Oh, 9/11? Yeah. I've never seen the country galvanized so tightly since then. Never. Except for maybe this week. But not quite.
I worked a couple of blocks from where that was built, World Trade Center,
Yeah?
but I was out of there before '74. They were still building it.
Oh, really? I was in Japan when that happened.
There's a real old section in New York that was there, and they had a bar called Volks. It was a German bar, really neat old place. Just enjoyed that place. You could go in there, and for a quarter you could get a stein of beer, and for 50 cents you could get a hot dog. That's how old I am.
I think that place, like, we went there when Misa was at Miss USA or Miss America, when Misa was Miss America. So we got a chance to go up there. And it was just like, it's a really neat place. If you just get rid of all that, you know what I'm saying? Like the churches are amazing. They're some of the oldest churches I've ever seen.
Right at the end of Wall Street.
Yeah, it's gorgeous up there. The food was all right.
Walk by there every day.
Is it Washington Square that looks like a,
That's a hippie joint up by Greenwich Village.
okay, well, we walked by it. We were there during the holiday season, so it was all lit up. It was
Yeah.
pretty, man. It's gorgeous.
Greenwich Village is a fun place. It's all hippies and little restaurants and stuff. Basement restaurants like Rathskeller's and stuff. It was cool.
All the
I
old
definitely-
hippies are on the back road there.
All the way?
All the old hippies are on the back road.
I was too old to be a hippie.
I don't like the subway though. Don't like the subway. Yeah, but I got spoiled, you know, I'd used the subway in Japan, and that's like totally, it's night and day. So you go to the subway in New York, you're kind of like, dude, you need to go, you know,
DC subways. back in the day, it was pretty clean. pretty-
Really?
They weren't that bad when I was there. The 60s.
Well, when I was there, 2019, there were people urinating on themselves, it was just a mess, man, so. no. Is Dave still here?
No, yes, Friday, please.
You guys talk too much.
Jennifer, is it always hot in this room like this in your office?
I mean, it's like from room to room, whether it's hot, whether it's cold.
Or-
I remember it used to be cold in here.
It's stuffy.
It's stuffy.
It's, no.
Well, you can always put, if it's cold, you can always put more clothes on. but-
Yeah.
That's what
Layers, you layer.
Nice outside today, you can't open the window.
So you got my cushion.
Hey, Michael, what's your shirt say?
Do I show it to the crowd?
Yes,
Yeah.
show the
Before the
crowd.
camera's on, before you two.
Never argue.
Oh, there you go.
Which is-
Oh, I love it.
What's
I
the- what's the
love
bottom
it.
line
I
say?
need it. I never argue, I just explain why I'm right. I don't know, we all made one of those, I don't know.
I thought it was apropos.
Oh.
You have a lot of practice at the Hoyt Club.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
We gotta find that.
that's no good.
I don't think it's open anymore, I don't know.
I'm even gonna open it.
There you go, you got the name on it.
Yep.
8 seconds.
8 seconds.
Meeting to order, everybody rise for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity again today to come together as a collective group and as your elected officials to figure out the budget for Bourbon County, and we ask that you give us guidance and wisdom as we make these decisions. We ask this in Jesus' glorious name. Amen. All right. take care of the easy stuff first. Nothing's easy. All right, first thing on the agenda is administrative duties of website, Facebook, Crawcan, and Verizon. So I brought this back on here because I was gonna bring it up, and I didn't know that that's what Account Accessibles was last night until we started talking, and I was already, things were already starting to get worked up a little bit. So I don't think this should be one particular assignment. I mean, I understand we had it with probably with IT when we had an IT person here, and I think it merits being on the governing board, but I think it should be a shared deal. And really with our we have that floater position that's going to convert into the administrative assistant. So for day-to-day changes and stuff, instead of trying to track one of us down, I think it'd be better to have that person run those duties. That's just my thought on it. So, your opinion? Start with you.
So what I'm hearing is the floater position. I was thinking more like, how much of this, I was thinking about, for now, splitting this up amongst the three of us, and then once we get new commissioners, feeding to those individuals.
Kind of like board, just taking on board duties.
Mm-hmm. I don't see an issue with your suggestion, Chair. My issue is that position is not, we're nowhere near, so it still needs to be done between now and whenever this thing, if it even comes to fruition.
Okay.
So to me, it's like the work is still, the mission is still tangible, so we need to execute the mission, and the three of us are here.
Okay.
So I mean, like if you want, I don't do the Facebook thing, but I can definitely do the website and do one of the Crawcan or Verizon, whichever one you guys want.
Hold that thought.
All right, sir.
Your opinion.
I don't know if we need to do anything with them. My goal in presenting it was to just get a person from the governing body on the account, so that the account wouldn't be lost in transit somewhere. So there's still on Crawcan is Jennifer, it has always been on it, and then still on Verizon is a person in the clerk's office, and so I think they're really.
I think
Don't really know what anybody needs to do with that account, to be honest. I just want to make sure
what the
that somebody
Verizon
from,
and the Crawcan, I can understand that.
Yeah, I thought it'd just be good to have somebody from the governing body. And you are the presiding commissioner with the long term. So that's the only reason that I presented it to you if you wanted it.
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of like a board deal, and it becomes overwhelming for, I mean, and granted, I mean, we're paid people, but I still think that shouldn't be just one particular position on here, because any of the decisions need to be made as a group anyway, and not as an individual. Even on the liaison, we're only making minor decisions, not.
Do you want us all to be added to those accounts?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And then, like when it comes to the website, I mean, that way, any changes is going to be made, as a group, not as an individual.
Chairman, may I speak?
Yeah.
As far as like the Crawcan, Jennifer was on there because she was the elected official that covers accounts payable. So I really need to, that probably really needs to transition over to me so that I can be a contact for the Crawcan. Would you agree with that, Jennifer?
I mean, it'd be called for bills or whatever, so.
Yeah. Same thing for Verizon. Amber is only a partial contact. I had left you some information last night that you would have to allow her to be added to the other part so she can administer when people are leaving. She can shut down cell phones and things like that. So that would be the other thing. And the website it is really, all elected officials should have access to website for their section, because by statute, there's several things that we have to add to the website required by law. And so I would ask that we be kept on the website.
I don't think we removed anybody from the website besides people that were no longer working here.
Well, I kind
Mine was
of,
removed as finance, and so I don't have access to those pages anymore, but I can move them over to the county clerk.
The clerk, yeah, so you have access to the clerk, right?
But I don't have access to the finance, and the HR, which is where we put all of our stuff for our employees, so, but I can move that stuff over to.
So, let me just catch up. So, you had 2 accounts on?
I had finance, that's it. And then, I called Matt the other day because I couldn't get into it, and so he said just to do the county clerk. But then that means I don't have access to the finance section of it where I upload budgets, audits. I also had access to HR under the finance, which allows me to, upload our benefits documents, new hire paperwork, things like that.
Was that your account from when you worked for the commission?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it was.
So,
shut down.
a year ago account, when you
But
worked for the
it's-
commission?
But it still gave me the access that I needed to all the documents that I maintained, so I don't have
Can
that
the
anymore.
clerk account do it though? Or do you
No,
need
not
2
those
accounts?
pages. No, I just need the authority to continue.
expand the clerk's account.
Okay.
Yes.
But on the HR side, what again does it cover that you need?
It's where we put all of our handbooks, any kind of resources for employees. And if you don't want me to put that there anymore, I won't.
Well, I think we need to consult with Dr. Cohen on that, since he is HR, and see how he wants to handle that side of it. But on the other aspects of it, I believe, that as all the elected officials that require access to
Yeah.
that website should.
And I'll
have.
go over it. We have Matt, the main admin, the website builder, or manager. We have the appraiser at Bourbon County, clerk, county clerk, deeds, ROD, emergency management had an account on there, and they all still do, all those ones I just listed. Jay Hawkins, Public Works has one,
So-
Treasurer has one, so all these are still on there.
What is Matt, the web,
Yeah.
what's his duties? I mean, we're paying him, right? The web
Yeah, and
builder?
he just holds the main keys to the account, from what I gather. He don't do any updating or web design or anything like that.
Do we pay him?
Yes.
May I have a suggestion?
Hmm.
Reach back out to Matt and ask him for a SOW, an SOW, which is a statement of work. That statement of work will tell you everything that he wants, that he is on contract to perform.
Okay.
And if he doesn't have a SOW, then ask him to craft a SOW for you, because if we're
Okay.
paying him via contract, it'd be great if we had the contract and see it, you could read it, because it should be spelled out.
Do we have a contract copy?
I have a little bit of information here.
Okay.
Matt hosts the webpage through servers of his. There's a fee with an annual invoice. It includes 12 months of web host storage backup, daily malware scans. He's also built into his pricing some support with the web page, 1 to 2 hours a month. Usually the clerk is the one that contacts, was the notes I took. That's all I have.
Okay. Well, I think there's really,
You want me to ask him to add the other 2 commissioners then to the webpage, and then?
as far as administrative, it seems like each department needs access to it, so.
And I think they still have.
Right, well, I understand that, but I don't think, I don't understand why if we got the web builder, if we need somebody to administer, because anything that's gotta be fixed is gonna have to go through him anyway, right?
Yeah, we can upload our own stuff.
Okay. Does the commissioners have a section in there? I don't.
Well, my thing is, the webmaster monitors the web page. So we input the information, we upload the data, but if there's another page that
All
needs
the
to be
departments
built.
heads do that,
Right,
yeah.
but then if there's something that needs to be repaired within the webpage, the webmaster will take care of it generally.
Okay. Well, and, okay, so, I mean, yeah, I'd say to the Facebook end of that, we all three,
Right.
and then,
Okay.
And going back to Verizon and Crawcan, I would feel more comfortable with, if it's all right with you, Jennifer, I'd like to keep you on it, add the clerk. I would like to have 2 elected officials on there for continuity, in case
Okay.
one is out of pocket.
okay,
Would that work for you, ma'am?
That's fine.
Okay.
that work. Madam Clerk. Okay. All right, so
Okay.
I think we got a consensus on that.
Okay.
I do need to follow up with some of the passwords that Stronghold got for the Facebook don't work. So, and he said that the page that it is hosted under also is non-existent. He said the page Facebook at Bourbon County, it don't exist on our site. So there's something strange with that. And I know
Yeah.
that we do a lot of updating on that page, and so I would like to get access.
Have we done stuff on that page?
Yeah, and Susan, can you answer, you added
I added
and
the
took
two-
off some people recently?
I added the 2 of you, and I took off Shane, I took off Jimmy, and I took off, I left Todd Fox, he was on there, and I took off myself.
Okay, can you tell us what the login,
No, because I didn't log in, it was given to me. So I wasn't the.
So you
person
were
to
just
set it up.
always logged in?
Yes, I
Right.
never had to log in.
so when I tried to add somebody, it asked me for the password to add somebody, so you had to have a password to add or remove. So can you give me the password that you used to add and remove?
I didn't have to do one for some reason. I don't know why, I didn't have to do one,
Because you were already.
because I was already on there.
I'm an admin and it's asking me to do a password. Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
answer that, I don't know who originally set up the page. I mean, it's been there for years, so I don't know who originally set it up. I just know I was asked to be on it. Do you know who originally set it up, Jennifer? You may know longer than me.
I really don't know. And I've never had to do any type of password whenever,
That's why it
I
makes
never
sense
added
to be
it.
part of the governing
But
body as a whole.
but you're not on there anymore.
Because then if somebody leaves, you don't lose out on it.
I only seen Todd, that's the only one I seen.
So, yeah. Well, we may have to scrap that one and build a new page,
Yeah, shut her down. Okay.
so. All right, we'll move on. Freeman agreement. We signed that, or I signed that, based on our consensus in agreement with Freeman on the amendments, changing the reporting of the funds from the sales tax to quarterly. And then it was sent over to the city, and the city has asked for a change of verbiage in there to add them to receive the quarterly reports. It is our sales tax. However, they contributed over half of the initial payment that was given to Freeman, and they also the sales tax that even though it is a county sales tax, the majority of the money is made right here in Fort Scott. By having them listed and they can see the quarterly reports just like we do, it allows them that any future changes or with Freeman allows them to be part of it. And I agree with it, and so,
Is Freeman fine with that too?
yeah, Freeman
Okay.
is okay. They're gonna send it to their legal, but I need to let the city manager, Brad Mackins, know that what our consensus is, so.
Okay.
I move that we allow the city be added to the agreement
May
with
I
Freeman.
allowed to, before we do the motion, allowed to ask some questions?
Go ahead.
So, I'm trying to understand the dynamics. Freeman is Freeman a county function or a city function?
Private function.
Private function. But, okay.
Our
so-
sales tax goes to them,
All right,
and they report quarterly to us, with a report to the clerk, that outlines the expenditures of that sales tax.
okay. So how does the city play into it?
Again, when we did the initial payment to Freeman for the construction,
Right.
was $1.1 million. City of Fort Scott put 600,000.
Bingo.
Bourbon County put
Okay.
500,000.
All right, that
Yeah.
explains everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they have a vested
Sure,
interest in,
sure. That's,
in
I'm trying
in
to.
being part of.
I'm trying
of it.
to
Okay,
connect all
yeah.
the dots, is what
Yeah.
I'm trying to do.
Yes, and Freeman, I talked with Mrs. Walden today, and
Okay,
and she's okay with it, so,
I'm good with it, sir.
okay.
Thank you for
All
the
right,
explanation.
so,
Thank you.
no, again, I'll move that we allow the city to be part of the, listed in the agreement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. I'll I mean, they're gonna have their meeting, what time's their meeting start, 7? 6, okay. We'll take a break here in just a minute. So now, moving on. Budget. So, I kind of look at, with all the changes that have occurred and all the different printouts, and, you know, last night, the current printout that we have, there was an error. So I would like to go back, and I asked Mr. Motley to email me their initial draft that they presented to us. I tried to print it, I can't get it to print, so I think this is what we should start with as our base and then work back up.
Full circle, right?
Full circle, yeah. Because I mean, as far as I have confidence that before they presented this, they checked the math. And so all the numbers should be in there. The only differences that I see in here was the Fair Board and those groups that we cut off of, and then we learned by statute that we couldn't on some of them. So we'll have to bring them back up, and then I think there was some salary or there was money that went to EMS. Did you guys include that on EMS, the 30,000, was that part of this? That,
I'm not following which 30,000 you're talking about.
okay, they had a piece of equipment that they had to get, I think that come.
Oh, I understand that.
The
They
striker.
signed a 3-year contract, and so, yes, I believe they added 10,000. So
Okay.
it's over 3 years, 30,000 over 3 years, so 10,000 per year. We'll need 10,000
Okay.
this year, 10,000
So I mean,
2026.
okay, so that's my suggestion is we start, because we need to start somewhere, because we want to get it back down to revenue neutral,
Yes.
and so, or below. So my suggestion, so what's your thoughts? We'll start with we'll start with you this time. What's your thoughts?
I think it's a wonderful idea. Let's get started, David.
Okay. Your thoughts?
We're a team, we're gonna work through this as a team. I
Okay.
just need a copy of that document, please.
Okay, Mr.
That $10,000 was not in our budget, because that document is dated August 29th, and that request was after August 29th.
I
Okay.
think we penciled it in there.
Huh?
I think that draft we worked on that night, I think we penciled it in there.
Yeah.
But it's not-
I think you might have, still, that's your draft. I don't have my,
Yeah, I don't
Is
either.
that the number you have? Greg,
I'm sorry?
is that the number you have? 59.213?
was that the copy he sent?
59.213, 59.213.
Yeah. That's the right number.
Hang on. For some reason, I'm not connected to the printer, so I'm not gonna fight with that today.
Huh.
Did you reboot that computer when you came in here?
Did I? No.
Sometimes when you reboot it, it'll pick up the peripherals.
Okay.
David, if you can manage to do it on the computer, it's much easier to work with because there's a lot of formulas that go from one page to the other. It's like
Okay.
some dominoes. So if you change something on one page on written, it's not gonna change associated data.
Okay.
So do you want me to do anything, or do you want me just to take notes?
Well, hang on here. You said, what did you say the mill was on that?
59.213,
Okay, so on the one that you sent me is 59,936.
because you hadn't taken into consideration the NRP.
NRP. Yeah.
Okay, so the version you got up here now is that.
Yes.
So as we make the cuts, can you, okay. Are you okay with that, guy?
I am good with whatever, sir, as long as.
I mean,
we
it's a
move-
team, you just
Yeah,
said it a while
right,
ago.
It is a team.
And I wasn't trying to cut her
We're
out of
good.
any of it,
We're
I
good.
just wanted
We're
a
good.
base, I
Yes.
mean, you know, so that we move forward. The error last night was probably because of all the exercises we did on that sheet, so. Let's try not to do more than one. All right, so where do we want to start? How do you get it down? I mean, we're at 59 point. Where's the calculator? $59 point, what did you say again? I'm sorry. 213. What do we want to get?
You need to cut out 230,495.
Well, are we gonna start with all the cuts we initially made with all the different departments?
Probably should, or adding back into those ones, because we have like Fair Board.
Right,
and-
there are some that we're gonna have to add back, yes, but that's a minority.
You said 200,000 what?
200,000, 250, I think it was like 253,
250?
230, 493,
Okay,
495.
okay.
Can I go over, can we do one more exercise?
Okay, like,
This is the 2025 adopted budget. Can we go line item and say, you know, if they would work or wouldn't work?
You can't do that because there was a lot of changes made at the first of the year.
Whatever changes that were made, if they're not sustainable, they could be unmade. I don't know what changes are made, so can we go over
I
it
don't wanna
line
do it to
item?
this, I mean, because then we, unless we do it and then blank it out and start all over again with another version of it.
So-
I mean, that's the only way, because I think last time we did an exercise and then we added something else and then we did another exercise, and so I think that's where our,
The thing that was being discussed last night where there was a mistake is this number right here, and this is what the BAC recommended was 189,000 cut out of the sheriff's budget. So that number was just transferred up here. It didn't matter where it's at, but it's a negative number. So he has to figure out where he's gonna cut that amount of money. So this is the BAC's document.
right, but on the printed version, we had the sheriff reduced by 70,000 on his, it wasn't $1 million, it was on his wages. It was 810,000.
No. Your variant, your difference right now is,
I mean, I'm just saying what they showed last night on the published, on that last document that we,
this is cut 53,000 over 2024. 53,000, this minus this is $53,000. So what you had actually showed him getting more money, it was like $76,000 last night.
Okay. All I know is that where the $1 million is at,
Yeah.
on the printed version that we had, it showed 810,000.
Because this was just taken out of there, it had to be taken out of some number, so it can be taken out across the whole thing somewhere. But that's what the BAC recommended.
Okay,
So it didn't have to be in the salary line item, it could be in another line item, but that's what
Okay.
was
Yeah,
recommended.
and we didn't want to tell the sheriff where he had to cut. We just want to tell him he had to cut.
okay, okay. Because I misunderstood Mr. Hart last night saying, you know, that it reduced him by that, you know,
Well, I think when.
From last
I think-
year
I
on.
think you're right, because I think both of you were right. The money had to come out somewhere, but when we printed out this document, it placed that cut in his wages block.
yeah, okay. So Commissioner Milburn.
So hang on, please. So, before we go, what, Commissioner Milburn, what is your end goal for going back to 2025, to that budget? What are you trying to accomplish?
If they were, I mean, I would like to just work within the same parameters, and we went back to 2023 on some things because we decided through research that that operating capacity would be fine, and so some things we
So rather than.
cut even lower, and so I thought that we could go back to the 2025 on some other.
Well, why don't we, do you have the 2025?
I have to look at it.
I mean, we have what we have here. Instead of working on that one, let's just work straight out of
Yeah.
2025 and
Yeah,
adjust
Yeah,
up or down.
yeah, and whichever one's lower, so if it's lower in 2025, then or if it's lower than the one that we did the cuts, then 2025, we can use it, but if it's lower than 2025, we can use that one.
Okay.
Seemed kind of feasible.
So, well, you want to start page 1?
Yeah.
Of what?
2025, if we work just out of the workbook and off of the numbers from 2025,
Yeah.
then we can see if we can get using, because originally you wanted to go all the way back to the 2025 numbers, and then
And we
instead of
have-
increasing the 1.4, which is the BACs, just start with those raw numbers. So I think that's what she's getting at here.
Yeah.
So I don't have an issue with that either.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of that? So,
That's on the kitchen table at the house. I didn't think we were gonna do
yeah, I
that.
don't know if we have any of these
But I'll
books
follow.
laying around.
Let's just keep going. I
You
can
wanna
look.
sit over here and I can scoot down?
We're good. I'm good.
Hey, David, I think the only issue that I would have with that is that you guys asked all the department heads to submit 2026 budgets and where they saw dynamics in their budget. And so if you start with the 2025 budget, you're completely ignoring all the work that the department heads did. So when you ask for that next year, if I'm a department head, I'm not going to be very committed to giving you hard work on how do I keep, how do I manage my budget.
That
So
is true.
That's, we have to remember that these are human beings, and these are people, so, you're gonna impact their behavior next year, so that's just my comment, so.
And on the draft that we're looking at of yours, it's all those
It includes their
inputs.
input, and we listen to that and manage the budget from that. As a matter of fact, we based our budget on, here's what they requested, here's what we think that they should get.
So the original, that original 65 point whatever mil was
We worked
the
off that,
entire
but-
wish list
Right.
of Bourbon County
So if you
Department.
start with 2025, you're completely erasing what the department heads did and
I
completely
get
erasing
you.
what the BAC did.
As a
And you
gift.
can do that, but it impacts people, the way people think and feel.
I got you.
But it's completely up to you.
I think that's, I didn't even think about that. I think that's a very
I didn't
crucial,
either.
yeah.
I think we might have went backwards at it in the first place, rather than saying this is how much money we have to spend. Let's find where to go. We said this is how much money we want to spend, and figured out how much we needed to raise our mills. So I feel like we might have.
The one,
I think when the Budget Advisory Committee met with each one of the department heads, I mean, they got the, hey, best case scenario, you know, we get a power plant in here, we got all the money in the world, and we can set our mill at 65. But then, you know, once you see the number and you know we don't have that power plant, then, you know, you start cutting it down, and I think they worked with each one of them to make the cuts where they want to, you know, where they best saw that they could make cuts. So I think that's what we're getting off of this draft. And so if we're gonna, I mean, and we want to see it cut more from the 59 down to 57. So that's where we need to decide.
Because we,
Either way,
We are-
we're cutting into what they said.
and I think it's because we are working off of, since then, let's just go back to the timeline. We had another hearing. We had a public hearing and let the people speak. They spoke. And they said, we
Right,
can't take
I'm-
any more.
yeah,
And
I'm
so
not-
now, I don't want to offend the budget committee or the people that set up the budgets and made the requests. However, you will offend the taxpayers. You're gonna offend one.
Well, I'm saying that off of this, where the departments worked and created this budget, then now that's the department's voices of Bourbon County. So now we're, based on our hearings and contact with different citizens that have reached out to us, we want to bring it down lower. So I say, work off of that, because that's the best of both worlds.
Okay.
And then just start cutting down,
Okay.
you know.
Can
till
we at least compare it to the previous year on those
Uh,
budgets? Can we do that at least? Would you mind if we?
Yeah, what's that?
It will be compared to 2025 on the
Yeah.
final budget,
because it'll show up on
Yeah.
that.
the actual.
Yeah, because it shows up as in a column.
My thing is, you guys, my question is, you guys want to go back to square one based upon one line item that we found. And my thing is, we did a lot of work on the one we did last week.
Mhm.
And I'm like, why can't, because we took that, what we thought was the BAC, okay, and we crafted the budget that we have now.
Mhm.
And to me, it's like, we're gonna have the same type of meeting we had last week tonight by doing what you're talking about.
Can we compare the budget that we have now, the one that you built last week? I
That
have
we-
it right here.
We
We,
built.
okay.
We go.
So can we start this by comparing that to what I have printed out in paper that was submitted to the state?
I do not have an issue with that. Here's what I'm saying, is like, we're, because I needed to finish what I was thinking.
Oh, gotcha, sorry.
We're recreating something off of one, shucks, right? One mess up, got it. But it wasn't a mess up human, it was just the way the computer came out, however, great.
Mhm.
Do what you gotta do, but I'm saying, take a look at what we created. Work off of that, cut more off of that. Make sense? And then compare.
Okay,
Because you have a benchmark, you're using that one as a benchmark,
Yeah.
and that's a good idea.
okay,
But we need to finish our work here and then
Okay.
compare to, because you're doing you're comparing to the benchmark, and then you're gonna sit there and manipulate the new budget, and then what? Are we gonna
Okay.
go back to compare it to the benchmark? Because that's doing that twice.
okay.
And I see where you're coming from on the work, you know, that we put into it. And the error that was discovered, did you explain that last night, that was to, Madam Clerk, to the Mr. Hart, that was off of the exercises that we were working off of?
No, nobody ever asked me.
Okay, I thought you made a comment to him
He
about
asked
that.
me for wages, and he didn't ask me where that number came from, but I could show you in the budget document where it came from. It was, I have these all labeled. This is the BAC cuts part 2. Again, you can see it. So their last cuts, this is what that document is. And so when Greg would send me information, he would say, cut this much out of this budget. And so I didn't put it to a line item in this budget, I put it right there as a negative. And so when I created your guys' budget, I just took it off of a number.
Oh,
That's
okay,
all I
so
did.
that's what I'm getting at, that's what I heard the
Yeah.
explanation.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he could take it from anywhere he wanted to, but I just stuck it there so that it wasn't looking like a negative capital outlay. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
But in governmental budgeting, the only thing you have to worry about is the bottom line. That's all, you don't worry about line item, you worry about the bottom line. And so he was still making 76,000 more than this year, I think.
So what we built and you printed off.
But, my apologies. What Madam Clerk is saying is, am I limited? Yeah, I think she's right. However, Mr. Hart said that they were still short 103 in wages. Because he did admit that the 70,000 was still in there, but he was still, we're short 103 in wages.
And I think where that comes from is, if you remember back a few meetings ago, when Mr. Martin did all of his raises, and he said, that's being accounted for, either some less positions.
They said they were
and
down an employee.
They were down an employee, and they were bringing in more money in the inmate fund.
Yeah.
And at that point, I said, that's not sustainable, because we can't depend on that money. However, when you put wages in, it's there forever.
Yeah.
So he either cuts employees, he cuts wages, he does something to make the budget
Yeah,
balance.
it'll be his responsibility to make it work.
Yeah.
So, what are you telling me?
Let's just complete the exercise and go through and cut what we can out of all of them.
What we built last week, is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're, okay. Then, all I'm wanting is,
And to
let's have a base of what we're gonna start and let's move forward and, we got 8 days to get this to 7 days,
10-1. You have to have it to me by 10-1.
Okay,
10-1, so
all right,
this is the
Let's
23rd.
make sure we're all starting, this is what we ended with.
59.391.
What page is that? Please.
Page 31.
So do we want to go page by page again?
Okay, that's what I have here. Yes, page by page next to 2025. So
Okay,
on 2025 and the,
what page are you on?
Page 6.
page 6,
You said 391, right? What 391? All right. And this is page 6, I'm gonna watch from up here.
Did you?
I didn't bring it,
You want me to burn this one for you?
no,
Sure.
I'll just follow it.
All right, sir. All right,
okay.
382. Unencumbered cash.
Do you want me to pencil in the numbers that were from 2025 real quick?
This is the fund page. So 6A is, are we trying to do 6A?
On the
That's
2025,
page 31, isn't it, that you're typing on, clerk?
that's the
This is page
published
6, the general fund.
6. Looking at the 2025, is that what
Okay, I
you're?
think we need 6A, not just 6.
It's 6A. She's on
Thank you.
6A.
Okay, all right.
She's not on 6, because
Okay.
I'm looking at
Thank you.
6, I'm like,
It's all
Okay.
in the same document for all.
no,
the same-
I get it. No, it's not that, ma'am, it's the fact that I'm trying to follow along on a written document, I'm like, it doesn't match up. So, all right.
Okay. Courthouse general, 150 to 130. I'll just bring up things that I see big things in and that I am not clear on. Courthouse general, the change from 530.
531 to 582, 719.
Yes.
Insurance went up.
Okay, so it's insurance. Okay. Coroner we knew was because we're projecting more this year anyway.
On EP, are we mandated to spend 63,475?
No, it can be a part-time
Well-
position.
I'm not sure what the state statute says on,
EP, well, hang on, let me grab that list that I had. What did I do with it? Emergency
Emergency.
preparedness.
Oh, you're required to have an emergency preparedness, but it can be a part-time person.
It shall, you have to fund it.
But it can be part-time. It don't have to be the way we had it this year.
Okay,
You may lose some state funding.
Did that get, since it's budget related, Mr.
So-
Bierbauer, did that get submitted? The
The grant?
application for the grant?
no,
Couldn't.
because we don't have a person in the position to receive. It has to be a person to receive it. Brian was already resigned, so he couldn't fill out a grant application because he's not gonna be the guy receiving it.
so we lost out on the grant for
So it's not
2026.
the
I don't know, I
county
haven't-
that
I
receives
reached
it,
out.
it's the person
It's
that
on the
works
salary for
county?
the person. You have to name the person.
Oh, you have to name the person. Okay.
Yeah, that, I'm just going off of what the previous Brian Allen
How much was the grant, clerk?
said,
22,000.
20,000. But I reached out to Emergency Management Kansas and I haven't received a call back yet, so.
Okay.
And I've also talked, or left message with Dr. Cohen
This-
regarding
This
that.
column tells you the changes, this is an increase, that's a decrease.
That's what we decreased already.
This is 26 versus 25, so increase, decrease, decreases,
90.
increases. This is for your insurance.
Can you do me a favor?
Mhm.
Jake,
Elderly
on the
appropriation.
variance, just highlight that whole column in yellow, please.
Conservation District.
Thank you. On budget items, on line items that have been, how should I put it? Line items that we updated in accordance to statute. Could you please highlight those in green? Like, for instance, juvenile detention is green. No, the whole line. That's dispatch.
Well, that can't change either
Right,
because
okay,
we
so
made a
that's
deal with
green.
the city.
Okay, so that's green, got it. So what we're gonna look at is, we're gonna narrow this down where the greens are good, okay? So we're gonna, the next color's gonna be, either yellow or orange, it doesn't matter to me. And those are the ones we need to really take a look at. So that's where you guys need to help me pick. Courthouse is green. Ma'am, sorry. District court is green, is not?
Not necessarily.
Okay, all right, so let's put that, do you want orange? I say orange, just, so,
What are you highlighting right now?
or find another color, yeah, whatever, that works for me too, man. I just need something different. Okay. IT, where we at? Can I allot more from IT?
You have crawl can, that's approximately $35,000 a year. You have,
CIC, that's 50.
We
CIC
increased
50's
that, we
80.
increased that by $47,127, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes. No, you decreased it.
So that's not, oh, okay, so
We
in parentheses, it's
decreased IT
decreased.
by $50,000.
If the number is in parentheses in block,
It's a decrease.
it's a
yeah.
decrease.
And let me
Thank you.
point out to you that if you keep our current operation
Mhm.
with the outsourcing, we did have, which is not included in that budget, we had benefits for 2 FTEs. Since they weren't in that budget, I'm not certain how much they were. I would say
So that's
the
what you're
family
saying?
plan, like, we've ran the numbers, it's 25,000 a year. The single's around, is it 18?
So there's a savings
So
there, is what you're
you'd
saying?
say around 20 each, so 40,000 there out of, and that money's located in benefits, okay?
Okay.
And so there, and then you have capers and what else
Actually,
goes
we
into?
got, actually, you got
Madam
4.
Clerk,
You actually got 4.
4?
You have 4 individuals. You have the
4?
Director of Public Works, you have the 2 IT, and you have,
We replaced Public Works,
good
so,
point.
so,
And
yeah.
EM, or EP we have.
You might contract that out, so you might,
So
you might be.
salary
straight,
in
you might be
2025 for IT
Mhm.
was 142,377.
And benefits is not in that budget, is what I'm trying to
Right.
say.
Yeah.
So that, the salaries, we remedied by lowering the budget. And right now, what we're talking about is the savings and, benefits. So you would be able to lower benefits.
You only saved about 20.
Not everybody took insurance.
There was a shift in insurance.
So that's $184,000 savings, just on that one position.
So, you said the
No,
crawl
It was
can's gonna be 35,000.
56, 67.
I'm sorry.
You
what?
said crawl can was gonna be.
35,000. And
Okay.
then CIC's approximately 50.
CIC.
Mhm.
And then you have TEC.
How much is it?
Depends on how much service you need from them.
That's the phone people.
Just a second.
We have,
And then what?
we have, AnyDesk.
What's that?
AnyDesk is another one that we do, and that's for,
That's all on the contractual
yeah.
stuff?
Mhm.
Okay. Last year,
While he's doing that.
last year was
can you scroll down a little bit,
130 in contracts. So that counts all of them, right?
I think there was one more, but I don't have any of that in front of me, so I can't tell you. I don't.
Okay. But where's, on page, on the document we did, page 6C,
From 2025, I can tell you the IT budgeted $4,400 from GIS, 58,000 for CIC. There was wireless service, I don't know what that is, Ubiquity probably 4,200. There was 10,000 for Microsoft 365, which is all of our email. There was $15,000 for phone bills, AT&T long distance, that's for the phone service for the jail, DC, county attorney, sheriff, courthouse. There was ISP charges for 21,000. And there was another service contract, but I think that one will be canceled. So in just the contractual services, there was 130,000 that was there, but it's probably gonna be like more of 115.
okay, and the okay. So, can you go to page 6C on there?
It's a copy of 25s.
Yeah, I got 25. Okay, this is the breakdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it come out to the 130 is what it showed on here for contracts, and you said it's gonna lower by 15,
Probably, yeah.
probably. So,
I probably have this at 26 also.
that's what I say, page 6C, okay, you got there. So, we didn't do commodities or anything, just a flat contracts of 250. So, that covers crawl can and all
Oh,
of them.
yeah.
In that 115.
Oh, on that 250 covers everybody.
Right, but
Yeah.
she's saying it's gonna be more like 115.
Instead of 250?
Well,
Yeah.
that don't leave you any room for buying new computers and things like that. That,
Okay.
if you.
Well, I mean, the commodities in 2025 for that very thing was only 10.
Yeah, but it was always a transfer from the general. So I think that was taken out.
So what am I hearing you saying? It's like you wanna drop 240 down?
Well, I was thinking, I don't think we take it all out of there, but we got 115 in contracts, and then depending upon the cost of who we're gonna bring in to be our IT support, that would be addition to the 115. So if that's, I mean, I don't know what, I mean, if we use Stronghold as a base,
Approximately 108.
108 a year, so.
There's your 2026 request.
I think. Okay, so
And a
there's the
reminder,
commodity.
okay. And a reminder, we are holding, funds in the benefits account that went towards employees. So you will have a savings in the benefits account.
So right now, you're saying the whole IT thing is how much? 102?
With the crawl can and all that, approximately,
102? What was the number you just gave David?
okay, you're talking about managed services, that's about 108.
108.
Here you go,
So that,
if you wanna
There's-
look at that comparison.
thank you, there's a difference of $142,000 between managed services and that 250.
Their budget was 300,000. That was what was presented before we switched gears. 300,000.
Who's
The-
they?
Whoever prepared the budget, I don't know who.
That was the IT budget?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was 300,000 that they presented. We can confidently, just because of salaries, we can confidently knock 50,000 off of that. So we made it 250. And I'm telling you, you can confidently knock some more out of benefits unless you put
So how
FTEs
much,
back in the
how
building.
much per, there was 2 employees, so,
I would say approximately $20,000 per employee for insurance. Because it's
okay. So if we knocked off the 250, based on what I was looking at there on those numbers off of there, on commodities and that, if we knocked 10,000 to 240, and then, do the employee benefits, then we've just shaved 50,000.
it would be really
How much?
nice if we
50,000.
knew how much we paid per year for like a percentage of salaries, say salaries were 149,000. Could we do a
think
percentage
we-
about what goes into capers from that?
I provided all that to you.
That was like 30% roughly.
Is that-
Overall,
is
all
that insurance
benefits
too?
was like
Am I
40.
off on that number, clerk?
Is that insurance as well?
I provided a document that gave you every salary, FICA, Social Security, or, yeah, FICA, Medicare, Social Security, and papers and unemployment. The only thing I didn't include in there is benefits because it fluctuates, and I can tell you, you will not save $20,000 in benefits. And I'll just talk about it because I don't care, it's my own. I had to shift from a single to a family, so therefore you didn't have that much savings. 15 grand is probably the most you save.
Mr. Motley, what was the
How
percentile?
much,
what
I'm
was the
asking how much we
percentile-
were spending on benefits for that department.
I don't think that's, I can't talk about a person's benefits.
Well, I don't wanna talk about a person's benefits, I just wanna know a percentage of wages.
I can't tell you that because it varies from person to person. If they take a single plan, it's roughly about 10,000. If they take a family plan, it can be anywhere, it can be up to 24,000.
Well, that's, I'm not trying to, for me, I'm not trying to get down to that microscopic level. I'm just trying to find an overall generic, like a 30,000 foot level site picture. So when it comes to employees, what's the rough percentage for benefits?
Well, it was about $4 million last year, 4.2, but there's employee contribution to that was about 1.5, 1.6. So it averages about 27% per employee.
27%.
27%. So what was the salaries?
140.
142,377 in 2025.
142,377, 27%?
Mm-hmm.
So $38,441 is what you could take out of benefits. That's what you saved,
If you don't replace an FTE.
if you don't replace an FTE,
Right.
if you keep contractual services.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so let's just make it 35, just to be on
To be
good
safe.
numbers. Yeah.
So what do you want me to do?
That would be off benefits.
Well,
35,000 off the benefits? Is that what you're wanting?
yeah, for IT. So we're
That's
gonna try to
benefits.
shave
Wait, wait.
250,000.
Sir, so you're saying benefits off of IT,
Well,
correct?
it's just all in one fund. They're not,
Yeah, but
they're
I
not
mean-
Yeah.
divided.
Yeah, I'm showing it IT, and,
Gotcha.
employee benefits.
So we could put 27% of each, so say wages in a department are 700,000, we could put 27% of that in there and they could cover their own benefits? Out of their budgets, they could budget for their own benefits?
Mr. Tran, is that the way you want to go?
I'm asking you.
I'm getting ready to ask you something else.
Oh, okay.
How is that not cutting benefits?
How would it cut their benefits? You're just giving them the budgetary authority to budget for their benefits, rather than us have it in a fund and us.
But you're saying all we're
I
gonna
don't
give
wanna
them is
police their
27%, right? Is that, okay. Maybe I'm mishearing, so I need to clarify. What I heard you say was we only give them only 27%. We don't fund past that.
Well, that number was just fed to me. I didn't make it up. You guys gave me that number.
Yeah, I know.
That's what you said benefits equal to, and so that's what
Right,
that's what I used as that number to put that in their budgets.
I understand that. And we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago where I suggested, like, remember I said we cap benefits at 40% and then let them pay, like, if benefits go to 41, then they pick up that extra 1%. The county would only cap it at the benefits at 40%. And I was told that wasn't a prudent thing to do. And I can't remember how they explained it, but financially it didn't work. It was better to allow them to give them a pay raise so they can decide where to spend their benefits.
I think we got down the
Well-
rabbit hole. I'm just trying to put benefits in their own budgets instead of having it in a benefits line item.
Yeah, she's like taking
Okay.
this jar.
Got it. No, I mean, that's, okay, it's good. All right, so the issue there is you give them benefits, if you put benefits into the pros and cons, if you give them the benefits into their budget and you give them the budget authority for that, they can cancel their, so if they have 10 employees and you give them enough benefit monies to budget for 10 employees, what stops them from laying off 5. If they lay off 5 employees, they still keep the money.
It would just be
And-
bright for them to leave it in the fund. I mean, so, I
No,
mean,
because
Well, I mean, it's on
you
them
don't
as,
get no more
as
if you
the
spend it,
boss. I
so.
mean,
whoa. I'm playing devil's advocate. So my thing is like, you give them the money, and then it's their budget, they do with it what they want. They lay off people, they use that money for something else. Next year they come back, I don't have enough people to do the job.
Oh, yeah, that's not the deal. They're, you know, they gotta be good managers. You know, everybody's grown
I'm-
here.
What
They
would
gotta,
you
they
say
gotta
to
do
them?
that. They're,
if they did that, and then come back to you next year and say, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna say, well, you
you made your bed.
operated that way. I mean, I would be intended to say, I'm not gonna finance something that you just took away.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with you, but you know that this is politics and there's a nuance in there that it happens. We talked about this yesterday about budget
I
creep.
learned a long time ago, rather harshly, that you are responsible for your own actions.
You're
That's right.
Consequences is,
And
Yeah.
so, you know, what we're saying is everybody needs to be good stewards of their budget. And just like Mr. Motley pointed out a while ago, we don't want to, they just went through and met with all these department heads and they got input, so they got a vested interest in this budget. And so, you know, we decided to go with the one that has their input in it because we value their, you know, we value their input and their decision-making as leaders. So if they, you know, which I don't think this is the right time to talk about moving that fund, because it's not gonna do anything to the budget. That's something we could discuss for the next,
2027.
you know, as we're moving, after we get through this. But, you know, to finish that topic of that question, if they decide to cut and lay people off, then, I mean, you gotta look at it as they're trying to do the best thing they are for their, you know, and if they trade employees for equipment or higher salaries for those that they're keeping, that's their decision to make.
So,
And their bid to
let me
lie.
ask this next question, it goes back to the clerk. If you increase wages, you said earlier, if you increase wages is basically permanent, right?
My concern is if you make that decision and moving forward, it cannot be a sudden decision because the accounting that has to be redone in the system is huge. So I would have to have 2 months at the very least to go in and change all the accounting records.
Okay, so now my question, because I'm looking at it from the other aspect, can we take salary out of their budgets and put it all with employee benefits and do both? So then all of it's controlled off of the overtime, all of it is in one fund.
The reason I'm asking this is I'm getting a lot of calls about budget creep.
I mean, and again, these things are things that isn't gonna change what we're trying to do today.
Right,
So
Right.
I think we need to move back into our focus on that.
Okay.
And all that, and that stuff, I mean, I think either way, there's two ways of looking at it, and I think they're both have merit and something that needs to be looked at down the road.
I
But
do have a question. With the 2 new added positions, those amounts are not figured in for taxes into this budget. So that's something that needs to be addressed
Who-
too.
one is the director.
One's administrative assistant, and the other one's finance. Was
Oh.
finance gonna be contractuals or going to be an employee? Because taxes have not been figured.
Well, I'm gonna say, let's focus on this and on that position, the finance I'm still thinking contractual, and I can't say the word, so don't laugh at me too much. I mean, I spilled a drink last night, so. But we just talked about cutting IT, or not IT, emergency preparedness to a part-time position. So there is money that's going to be available benefits-wise to help support that administrative assistance, depending on how we haven't even, like you said, we haven't even decided how that's going to be. We just earmarked because we have that floater position, and it's worked so well for us that, you know, continuing that position, you know, as an aid to this commission.
And to be fair, they're not exactly new, because in this very 2025 budget document, right before it, there was a CFO that did, and I have the job description, and it covered a lot of those things, so.
I mean, I'm just talking about benefits, because we didn't budget the benefits
Yeah,
for that.
they won't be benefits because they're both part-time.
The 35?
Mhm.
The okay.
35 will still have taxes.
Okay. And I think the EP, or emergency preparedness, offsets some of that too, changing it from full-time to part-time. Okay. Right now, I got 35,000 out of employee benefits, IT, and then I think shaving 10,000 off that 250 to 240 on the contractual.
On the
I was just
on the
looking at
IT
numbers.
On the IT contractual?
Yeah. As I was looking at numbers, 115,000 in the current and then 108 is what you said, possibly as a base for management of it. That's about 223. Throw in 9,000 for, so you're at 242. So we should be able to shave 8 off of it.
Did you populate what he requested, Madam Clerk?
10,000 and 35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you show me where you did that?
I have 10,000 right here. I'm not doing it in the document yet.
Yeah,
10,000's right
I
there.
don't, I
Okay.
agree,
And
because we're gonna
35 over in
change.
employee benefits.
I mean, this is just,
All right.
I just put at the top changes.
okay, thank you.
And we did get a document saying that we were going to need to change some computers and that they were asking for some extra funds to do that. So I'm guessing there's-
Off of the 8,000?
No, when I just first started working here.
Okay,
just
'cause I'm gonna
something
say,
we were
is that the 2026 one? Is it showing it shows a list of what was projected to either be bought or replaced, and it comes to 8,800.
I'll have to find the document. It was an extra ask. So
How much was it?
I feel like it was 5 or 10,000. For some
Well, I'd
computers.
say no.
What department?
It
Yeah.
might have been sheriff, I'm not certain. I'll have to find that document. I'm just saying it's out there. We know there's some that need.
Okay, I'd say change the 10
You have
to
20
8.
You have $40,000 in your computer reserve fund.
Okay, but on that 10,000, change that to 8. Because, I mean, I did that, my math, I was just rounding. Ballpark.
So with the 40,000 in computer reserve, you still need that 8,000? Okay.
No, I didn't know there was any money there.
Yeah. Okay, next.
So that brings it from, you said 250 is what we need to shave off?
230, 495.
230, 495.
Did you move that emergency management down to part-time?
Not yet.
And you'll be able to take the benefits out of that one too, if you do that,
Well,
so.
yeah. So you have to determine what you want to pay part-time. Salary last year was 48,000. Did that increase this year by?
For who? For EP?
For yeah, emergency management.
What happened is that, he was doing work for the IT, and so that's, some of his money shifted over to, because he was a full-time emergency manager and wasn't doing IT stuff anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, in 2025, he was at 48,000, but we were, had he stayed, didn't we looked at increasing him.
Yeah, you were giving a little bit of up, but in this document, I think it's still there.
It's 48, it's 079. Yeah, it stayed the same.
Stayed the same.
Yeah,
Okay.
it stayed the same from
Yeah,
2025
I knew his
to this year.
commodities had changed, had stayed the same. I didn't know. about-
However, in 2024, that pay was 38,371.
Yeah, because of it was part of it was paid out of IT.
Yeah. So we could cut that down though.
What was
For
that?
part-time.
What was that? What was the full budget for that one?
For this year.
For this year, $63,475.
So what was the difference?
We dropped it roughly,
$1,100.
yeah.
Well, I mean, what was all the money spent on?
Okay, so for him, it was
Training?
11, last year was 12,500 for contractual commodities was 2,500, capital outlay was 1,500, wages was 48,79 for a total of 64,579.
Were you able to reach out to Lynn County and ask them if we could do a share?
This is his responsibilities.
Thank you.
Most of his is trained.
And I think a lot of that training, he explained to me one time that he had to go to them to get that grant. And sounds like we just missed the window for that.
And there's his budget.
When did the grant open? I'm not certain how we,
It's annually. It doesn't have an opening, it's annually. He has to do certain things all year long. He has to have so many,
Does
emergency
it-
management
does
meetings.
But it had a
show what
closing for the
department-
grant?
What state department you're asking the grant from?
Kagan,
That's who I reached out to
Kansas
talk to.
Department of Emergency Management.
Yeah, and they didn't call me back.
Yeah.
So,
We have a.
maybe I had to go up
We have a
the
regional.
chain, because I was down
We
about
have a
3
regional
months.
person that takes care of us. His name's Josh.
Yeah. I think I tried to reach out to him too. So, I'll try
I think,
again. You know, if there's no, what's the deadline, do we know?
There's certain exercises that have to be performed, and then he has to report on those. The year that we were in a transition, I was one of the ones that helped get the report done. But he has to have the exercises done in order for you to be able to get the grant. And so,
you wanna look at this PD,
Yeah.
Chair, you're gonna wanna look at that PD.
Okay,
As you're handling that, that's why I handed it to you, sir.
all right.
Because I think some of it could be handled by a part-timer, but I think some of that, he may have to, like the training, the exercise.
Well, I think that we'll have to budget training for that person as well.
unless you do a EM share with another county, which it said we could.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So do you still want to cut that?
I don't know. I'm doing them, let's see here, some math.
we also,
I don't-
we also received a call today from, one of the health organizations that they are needing, some information. I think Jennifer took the call. And
I emailed the chairman. wanting a-
Is that on the car?
Do a,
Huh.
they wanted a copy of our emergency plan, and I don't
Yeah.
have that, so,
Yeah, and yeah, I saw that.
yeah.
I don't know where that would even,
You're talking about the EOP?
it'd have to be online. We'd have to have access to his information online. That's the only place it's housed. It's through
so it was
emails.
something Brian did online. I'll reach out to Brian and see if I can't get access to it. I thought we were talking, I got another email we'll talk about next week, so. Okay, so with the subtractions of the, off of IT employee benefits and then 8,000 off of contractual would be, we're now back, we're down to 187,000 that we need to cut,
Okay.
or 188 if you want to round up. So I need to find, we need to decide, I mean, if we go part-time or we go shared, it's gonna reduce EP. But, I wouldn't cut it out of the benefits because we need that to cover the assistant and, no, you don't think so?
No, not if
Okay.
they're part-time, no, you just.
Okay. But taxes,
Yeah,
so we need to make sure.
it wouldn't be near as much as a
Yeah.
FTE.
Is there a percentile for taxes, Madam Clerk?
7.65 for FICA. And then you got a very small one for unemployment, it's not even worth.
What I was asking for was a complete, like a round number, you know, like how we figure, oh, 30% goes to taxes. Would
No,
that-
not, for part-time employees, it's just your FICA,
So
unemployment,
what was that again?
7.65%.
Okay. So would it be a stretch if I round that up to 8%?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
$2,800.
Is that what you got? So taxes is $2,800.
So you'd be able to cut the rest of whatever was budgeted for benefits out of that. And then you did, move the deeds back to 2.5, and so you could cut those benefits out of there as well. So that's another set of benefits.
Okay,
I thought you were paying their benefits.
that was never agreed upon.
No.
We never came to consensus on it.
Okay.
So how much is half an FTE? Madam Clerk?
Well,
15,000.
which you already took out of the budget, you already took that out of the budget. Again, the whole reason I would love benefits to be in their budgets. Benefits is in its own account, so we have to take the EM benefits out and then the other benefits out.
I'm not in disagreement with you in theory. It's just right now, I don't want that to muddy what we're doing right now.
Gotcha.
I mean, if you wanna have that conversation after this budget's finalized, rolling into January 2026, I'm more than happy to have any conversation you two want on that matter, okay? But for tonight, I just wanna focus.
Well,
Thanks.
so for tonight, let's go ahead and take another set of benefits.
Okay,
out of
so,
benefits.
so I was,
That's an easy way
yeah,
to
so
get to our budget.
yeah,
I totally, I'm trying to look, what did you wanna do?
Take the EM and then that other part-time, what we moved back out of the benefits budget.
Okay.
Okay,
for
so
who, you
So
said
we
EM,
took,
EM,
emergency management? Okay. So I was looking at the salary and that's roughly around $23 an hour
for what?
for his salary.
EP.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I was looking at if you bring somebody in part-time and you're just starting them out, Public Works is right around 16. I started it at 18 and that, you could shave 10,000 right there.
Chairman, may I have a private conversation with you for a few minutes?
With who?
With you, for just a few minutes.
Is that allowed?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's allowed. Just
That
recess.
recess, brother.
Went to drink.
Oh, that's my computer.
Okay.
just everything being my fault.
My daughter was born in 31 minutes.
I do not have you done, no, this.
I was gonna say, I won't say.
And I'll also tell you that the city took 17 minutes to come in revenue neutral. Right. They're done.
They're revenue neutral?
Yes.
It's a little bit easier.
Good for them, but we did supplement their budget another 190,000.
Quit taking the credit.
Well, it's not really credit, they were holding us for a long time, they were really,
No, we don't
They-
want to say the word extortion. That's not what we said.
what? No, no, I did not, no, I said that they were doing us a really big solid by holding all of that burden for a very
For a
long time.
time.
Yeah, so, but that don't change the fact that we made it a little bit easier for them to do revenue neutral with that extra 190,000, I'm just saying.
They took advantage.
Yeah.
You know, right?
Today, if you sent one today?
No, if it had been a text message, I said,
Today? I didn't know anything.
yeah. Well, where did we have the conversation about?
I'm gonna,
Classes.
we're gonna continue in recess, I guess.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you where that was, it's in Wichita. But I have a hotel I already paid for it, I can't use it.
You said,
Now that driving
But it's, you get there the night before.
Cut another 2% off everyone?
Cut it and then bring back what you have to bring back, that's mandatory.
Then we're talking about weather.
Yeah, I know, but you never.
That's a wonderful idea.
I just
And
hate
what
to
class
see,
was it?
it's their annual convention. And you would you'll probably be able to check off like 4 different classes out of that one meeting.
Yeah, but what
I think it is like 250, but at least your hotel would be covered.
well, that would be awfully generous of you.
I've already paid it, I've lost out because I've already booked a conflict and I tried to get my money back and they won't give it to me, so I'm walking away from that. I'd like to see somebody, all I'd have to do is,
Okay, keep me,
okay, think about it.
if that's, you said December 8, 9, and 10?
Well, it's 9, 10, and 11, but I was gonna go down the evening of the 8th. So
Well,
you
yeah,
can get
'cause it
that
starts
before.
the night.
It starts early, like at 8.
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah.
And you know how I am at 8 o'clock in the morning. Yep, Joe wants to, I don't care, anybody, Greg, whoever wants.
Keep talking about it,
Keep talking about it,
Yeah,
because I've got it already paid, all I gotta do is add your name to the reservation and
okay.
check in.
And this is the Kansas Association of County.
County's annual convention. I've decided to sacrifice myself and go on a 12-day cruise instead.
That sounds like way more fun. Oh.
It was down
The
there.
one that I really would have liked to
And it's
have
just
gone
across the
to.
street from the convention
Yeah,
center.
I would have really liked to have gone to that one in El Dorado.
Shane said on the
Yeah.
Facebook,
That was a
it's your
couple of
password,
They
that you need
canceled
to
it.
input, your
Oh,
personal
thank you.
password.
Okay,
See that, but again.
Thank you.
Well, that's not
I know, but.
It is halfway to Wichita.
Yeah, it's almost there. Oh, no, we drove
I
down.
ride down a lot.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
not that bad.
We lived out there, we did too. We used to drive a lot. Okay, I'm gonna put
Anybody
down,
that's listening, that call me.
so, yeah, especially for our one incoming,
Yeah, be great.
yeah. And his son.
And I just hate to see it go to waste.
I know, let's-
Priceline makes all the money.
Let's try not to do that, let's, yeah. I mean,
Has to be somebody I we trust because I have to see my credit card. I have to know where you live.
Oh, let's see.
That conversation, are they aware? Would you want to have that same?
Can't.
Michael, I drove through Garland.
I can.
I saw
I
that.
know, it'd be a
hub on
strong
the
meeting,
map.
and it's not something I can.
And so I was gonna turn down the road, and the road looked kind of scary. So
Right.
You mean it may be on the road
They just
closure
have to
list?
trust you.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
probably should be, but it ain't. It just looked like, you know,
Well, we'll wait for her to get back and,
yeah.
Oh, that's a big.
all right, so
Here you go.
Thank you.
what's this?
Oh, I have this one. But I don't have that written on there.
Did you do that in the
Okay.
middle for copies?
Yep.
Okay, right now I want to,
No,
let's,
it's for, it's for, just, since I passed it around the table.
okay. Right now I want to focus on, finishing off, we're at 187,000.
Did you tear that out so I just gave you?
No, that's something.
Oh, okay.
That's just my notes where I keep scratching off and then, but anyway, let's focus first on EP and then we'll go towards any other cuts off of employees or any of that. Cause I thought we were talking about EP, emergency preparedness and his benefits. So if we, like I said, if we reduce the salary because we're gonna go part-time or shared services, I still think we can shave 10,000 off of his, salary in there, and then whatever the benefits are, what would the benefits be on 30?
Are you gonna have another full-time person?
No.
So you don't need the benefits.
So we wouldn't need the benefits off of that whole 40.
About 10.
So that's another 20,000 right there. By shaving the salary down.
EM is emergency management, EB is what?
Employee benefits?
Can you go EM/EB? If you wouldn't mind. No, EM's fine, that
Well,
would be,
that's 10 off of emergency management in the general fund and 10 off of employee benefits.
oh, I see what you're
So I'll
saying.
have to go into those funds and.
Right.
Gotcha. All right.
So that brings us down to 167.
You know what they say about.
We could even do the 495 on that, on the salary side of it. Because when I figured it up, dropping it from 23 to 18, it was 10,639.
So like that?
Yeah,
Okay. Oops.
I mean, it should make it right and even 167. Yeah.
I got a quick question. This might throw a wrench in the whole thing, because I thought at some point last week when we did this exercise, revenue neutral was 57.550. And if we plug that number in there, we have a cash reserve of like $128,700 because we didn't levy anything against the people. So whatever cash reserve we had for this year transfers into next year, correct? That's how I understood it. All right.
now-
So my thing is like, if we're trying to go 57.55,
You could just take it straight out the cash reserves. You don't have to trim this budget. What you're trying to do right now is prop your cash reserves up. That's why you're trimming more.
that's what, to me, okay, so I guess y'all didn't understand me. I'm like, I'm willing to trim the cash reserve.
Okay, then that makes it really, really simple. I mean, okay, so if you trim 230,495 off the cash reserve, what that leave us going into 2026?
221,305.
Okay,
Is that revenue neutral?
57.73. I think it's because I've made some changes with it, but I've gotta go fix MRP first before we.
Okay. I mean, why didn't you say that at the beginning?
Because I got caught up in all the minutia that you guys wanna do, and I'm sitting here thinking, it's like, why are we going through this thing? Because I'm looking at my numbers here that I wrote down, and it's like, I think, yeah, 57, 50, with all the cuts you did, and I did, we did, whatever, 57.55, we had like $349,854 in cash reserve. And I'm like, okay, well, let's go revenue neutral, but then just cut some of the cash
Well,
reserve.
that, you know, that, yeah.
Because I need how much to get a bond?
Probably 800,000 to $1 million.
We're not gonna make it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, you guys have kind of started down the road of the radios, and I don't know how you're gonna pay for that. The gentleman from,
Tusa.
he took, well, the financial advisor for Ben.
Okay.
He talked about bank loans. That's not possible in the condition the county's in, because you can't take collateral for, so it's gonna be a $2 or $3 million unsecured loan at a bank, and that's not feasible.
Right.
Especially when there's not cash reserves. So
Can-
if you cut reserves, go
Can you do
ahead.
me, I wanna hear what you're saying. Could you please come to the table?
Sure.
Just because there's people out in the
Understand.
internet who need to hear,
Yeah, absolutely.
please.
So I'm just, you know, because we've kind of started down the road of the radios by spending some money, and you kind of
Yeah.
want to have a plan to get there. I think Micah mentioned that the night you guys did it. My concern is that if you cut cash reserves way back now, you've got really no way to get there. You're going to have to delay that radio decision another year or so to get your reserves back.
Well, and the way I'm understanding it, the phase one is gonna be, we won't see the answer to it until probably January. It's a 90-day, and then phase two is gonna be whatever it's gonna be. And then phase three, we don't have to accept that, but we know the picture that what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And-
Without a
and-
solid plan, I wouldn't.
And the other thing that the sheriff mentioned about Tusa was that there is a financial, where they'll help with the financing of it as well. I mean, the unfortunate thing is that we have to do this.
Yeah.
You know, but.
Well,
you know,
all I'm saying, I'm
Yeah.
talking about cash reserves. All I'm saying is.
Right. I see what
And
you're saying.
If you do the lease, it'll be a lease if Tusa does it, and that's more expensive than
Right.
financing, so.
Yeah, I mean,
That
we're
was
just
just
gonna
my
have to
point.
look at the options when we get
Right.
there.
I
And then,
think-
and then again, we may come to the same conclusions that the previous commissions came to, and that's why we're still not.
Sure.
We have not taken any action
Right.
on this deal because of the cost.
Right, and all I wanted to
Yeah.
make clear is kind of, you're really cutting off your options. You're gonna have to go with the Tusa lease, which is the most expensive of all the options. So that's all I wanted to make clear, so.
So do you want to continue with the exercise that we were doing here then? Budget by budget?
Because here's how I look at it, and Mr. Motley, I would appreciate your input. If at any point where I misspeak, whatever, and you see something, just say it, okay? Even if we end up getting $451,000, that is nothing in the grand scheme of this bill. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's not. So it's like, what ends up happening is we have a chance to go R&R.
You got my chair,
Careful.
this one don't move.
We got a chance to go R&R. We can keep some cash reserve. Nothing crazy. We only do this once because once, hopefully Mr. Motley gets elected, we get in there, the five of us start doing this strategic planning and we move forward, and that's what we have to do. It's gonna be, this is the beginning of a very long and multi-year pain. This is not gonna go away. This frustration that I'm feeling right now, you guys are feeling, is not gonna go away. It's gonna carry over into 2026. But we are trying to fix something that's happened for years, make sense? And that's just the way it is. So I think, I haven't seen anything from anybody this year with the exception of the sheriff, because it's, the programs here, where we're like, we really need to do it. Can we limp along? Yeah, we can. Public Works can limp along. Does it stink? Yes, it stinks. Everybody else can limp along. But we need to me, we need to cut the budget. So even if we get 451, what is that gonna do when the bill, and I'm just guessing, but I'm pretty, it's gonna be over 3 mil, you know? I mean, I'm not naive about that. That bill's gonna be well past 3 mil. Is it gonna be 20 mil? I don't think so. I don't think it'll be, anywhere that close. But I think it's gonna be more than we can afford.
And I don't intend to take on debt beyond my term, so, for somebody else to deal with.
Did I misspeak in anything?
So we continue this exercise, or we make the cut off the cash reserve?
I said we make the cut off the cash reserve.
Say we do both.
I'm listening for, I'm giving that look like explain to me.
Let's continue the exercise, see where else, what else we need to
Before we
adjust.
cut.
Okay,
Before we-
and I'll just say this, right now, what we've done on these cuts, and I would say that's good, with what we've cut so far, we've cut out of IT, which is a empty department right now, so you're not affecting any person. And the emergency preparedness is vacant, so by switching either to a shared deal with another county or reducing it down to a part-time position, you're not affecting any person.
By not exploring all of, oh, you're not done.
Yeah. As Mr. Motley explained earlier, we're looking at a budget where these department heads have come in and gave us, first, this is what we want, this is our wish list, and then they cut it. They said, well, we're willing to cut it down, and they got it down, look, 65 to 59, that's a big jump. So I think, to not insult them, I would not want to hurt by going in and doing this same thing to their budgets. That's my opinion there. So if we want to continue down this, let's look at departments that I wouldn't look at any more employee benefits, and I would not look at any more wages or that. I mean, if we want to cut, again, and I keep saying this, if you want to cut commodities, you're cutting the service. You're going to cut, because if they can't do, if they don't have enough fuel to finish that, mowing that ditch, then that ditch don't get mowed. But that's better than, cutting employee benefits and stuff like that. To me, that's the worst way to do your economics. Again, I agree with what we've done so far, because there's not a direct link to a current employee working here. So
Are you done?
I'm done.
I don't mean, okay. I don't have an issue with that. I don't have an issue with what you're doing. My thing is, like, you want to keep going on with this exercise. How much more are you thinking that you
I
can?
just want to look at every department and bring our comparisons to light.
Okay.
And if you guys acknowledge those things and say, I don't care about the savings, I don't care about the efficiency, I'm going to pay it, then so be it. That is your choice. But it needs to be talked about, because there is a direct link to our taxpayers, and by not exploring every option, we will insult the taxpayers.
I think getting to revenue neutral is honoring our taxpayers' wishes. And I think we got a way to get to revenue neutral without affecting our employees as well. So,
Okay, so,
so-
in the spirit of teamwork, and I've been saying this all along, I'm willing to entertain, I'm willing to go through the exercise that Commissioner Milburn is asking for. My question to you is this, Commissioner, how much longer do you want to operate? How much longer do you want to go through this? Is this a 30-minute exercise? Is this a 3-hour exercise? Because we're here at 7:10, we've only cut X amount. And I'll stay here all night if that's what you want. I don't have an issue, I just want to hear it.
well, let's continue
Okay?
and let's move through these, we can move through these fairly quickly, I think.
So can we start on page 6A, let's start from, I guess it would be 6B, and start from there, just go?
Well, we've already highlighted in green.
Oh,
We're
yes,
still on 6A.
No,
I've not moved past 6A.
yeah, we're doing it up there. Sorry, I forgot about that.
We already went through there and highlighted in green the ones that we can't touch.
Right. They're good.
And so,
May I ask a question? How do you, how will you proceed to, get cash reserves?
Well, you projected $351,000 off of that one, that was the note
Because
that I
you
had.
cut services. So my question is moving forward, how are we going to get cash reserves?
In 2026?
Years going forward. If we
Yeah.
always stay at revenue neutral, you.
We're not, we're not, and I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I've never said that.
I didn't say you
No,
did.
no, I'm just
asking a
right,
question.
just so we understand each other.
Mhm.
I said this year is a one-off year. We're gonna have to cut this year. And then we're gonna have to come up with a strategic plan going into fiscal '27. Okay? And in that year, I definitely anticipate us raising the mill. Cause I can't see us doing this 2 years in a row.
Because generally, the only way you have any kind of new money coming into your county
Mm-hmm,
is when your assessed valuations go up.
right,
And when you truly look at what one mill does to a household, it's pretty small, depending on how much the house costs, $150,000, $200,000, whatever it is. It could add anywhere from maybe $1.57 per year to maybe $3 per year. Nobody's looked at it from that perspective of what does one mill do to a $200,000 home. And so, and I know it's all taxing entities, so you can't just look at Bourbon County, it's all of them.
right.
But since I've been doing this, the county is the only one that's stayed at revenue neutral at any point in time over the years. Am I stating that correctly?
Didn't the city today? Didn't you say the city hit revenue neutral?
City did today, but
Okay. Okay, and
that's
they
the
were
first time,
probably,
they said it the first time in 5 years.
they were able
Yeah,
to
but
do
I'm
that.
wondering if they did that because they saw what we were doing.
No, they were
No, I
able
don't
to do that
Nope.
because they're not paying as much for dispatch.
Yeah.
That's
I was
right.
watching them, they were not watching us, trust me.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, they've cut us
Slack.
some big slack, so.
So that was just my question.
Okay, so to answer some of that, I think you mentioned it about services. It's not about cutting services, like I said, you run out of fuel, you can't mow that ditch. But how we do our services can also reduce the overall cost on that. Because, I mean, when you start looking at how can you do things more efficient, or more, by having a management program, or not a maintenance program, so that you're not spending undue necessary money fixing something that shouldn't have been fixed. You keep trying to fix the same old thing over and over again. Eventually, it's time, if you have a good maintenance program, you're gonna eliminate some of that, because you're gonna catch it before it gets to that spot and it ends up in the field out behind Public Works, not being used. I'm not saying that there is a bunch back there, but I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
saying.
no, I know what you're
you know,
saying.
Those type of things like that, just becoming more efficient. and I think Mr. Hoyt said it last night, we got to look at our tax abatement, you know, who's getting
Yeah.
abated, and that there alone might change some of that money too. You know, those are things that I don't think have been looked at for a while.
Right, I don't disagree with what was said, I'm just like, it doesn't apply right now in this exercise. We've got to get the budget, once the budget's through, then we
Yeah.
can start looking.
Well,
at
and I agree, but I was talking about you know, this is a one-time deal. For me, it's not a one-time deal. It's that you tighten your belt, and once that belt's tightened, you don't loosen it back up and start filling up,
I
you
understand
know.
I understand
It's not
the
Thanksgiving.
I understand the euphemism, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying we go from 57.55 this year to 65 next year, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying expect a creep, because things are gonna go up, things are gonna, you know, it's gonna happen.
Right, well,
It's just,
Yeah.
we need to get back down to a baseline, and I think that's what Commissioner Milburn's trying to do, is get everything back down to a baseline so that we know this is it. This is the minimum that we need, and then from there, we can build back up.
I agree. It's what we start doing after we approve this budget is gonna make next year and the year
Yes.
after, and the remainder of my term, her term, your term,
Right.
it can be done, so. Let's continue. You said you are still on 6A. Okay, so we have highlighted in green. So if you highlight EP in like orange, that means we've done something to it. Or whatever color, pick a color, yeah. And
IT
then-
also.
Huh?
IT.
IT also, yeah. Okay,
Health
so now let's start at the
board
top.
has to, that's a shall, so that has to be green.
Yeah,
The fair is green. Yeah. Thank
yeah,
you. Conservation is done.
yeah, we've already cut them. Okay, so all them others, I don't wanna touch jury trials because I'm hoping that's a savings account for
Let's just go
longevity
green on
pay.
that one, Madam Clerk.
We could rig the juries.
Huh?
We could rig the juries.
Well, I kinda look at it as the murder,
Yeah.
trial fund, and let's hope everybody next year is nice to each other, and we don't have that here in Bourbon County. It's a prayer. So starting at the top, county commissioners. Can we cut there?
You can, you know, I'm not sure why that additional, that floater position went into that budget. I'm not certain why that went there.
Because it was our position. We created it out of our money to pay that floater position. So to continue it,
It just stayed in that budget.
yeah.
There are legal fees in there too.
No.
Come on, guys.
So, but I know why we got it there, because we don't know when we go to 5, the newest group of people we got, that I'm the last remaining one that made that promise when I said I wouldn't increase. And, and I've did everything that I can to make that possible.
Can we cut the benefits out of that? What's allotted for benefits, or is that something that has always been offered and has to stay there?
It's always been offered.
So, wait, okay, so the question I have is, does it have to be offered?
No.
So like, we can basically offer, we can basically do, okay, you're a county commissioner, you get paid, but you get no benefits.
Yeah, I believe you could probably do that. And so whatever's allotted for benefits so if we use that 27%, is that what it is?
Mhm.
27%?
Mm-hmm.
So the,
It's 146, 430.
so let's just do
minus-
20%.
Minus the administrative assistant position off
So,
that 146, right?
so, but that would come out of the benefits, budget, so,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I really only
But she don't
think-
have, or that, he or she,
I
that
really-
position don't have
I
benefits.
really only think you can cut 60 because, about 60 grand, because I don't know that that was figured in. We did just like a 10% increase across the benefits because we didn't have all the data that we needed. So I think you can cut 60 safely. Not,
Cut off of 60,000, or what
What,
is it?
what
We
is
make
the total,
20
isn't the total
we make-
budget? It's
We
like
make
two-
23, right? Last year, we, the.
It was like 20 or
The
something.
commission was
you make 22.
Yeah.
64,250. So
But if
that's
you're
what, you-
just- But if you're just talking about benefits, I think you could safely do 20,000 because who knows if they're gonna take a family or not, and just do $60,000 out of employee benefits.
For, just for the commissioner's position?
Yeah.
so commissioners would be 20,000.
Per?
Yeah, so minus 60.
Employee benefits. Okay.
And a lot of that depends on if they take capers, because you don't have to take capers either, but you can't depend on that.
Well, I would keep it at the 60. That's a pretty good chunk. So that brings us to 107.
Yeah, that's just cutting insurance.
Yeah.
We would have to pass a resolution for that, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you would. Or put it in your, well, yeah, no, I do a resolution. That'd be better way.
We could, it's still budget, so want to make a motion on that, we could start that process.
Let's, you got that down on the note?
I got it. Oh, well, she's
He
put
does
it,
too, so.
yeah, she's put it in her changes. So, I mean, we're at 107, so next would be county clerk, and they're negative, so let's leave that as it is. I mean, that's my opinion. Yeah, I don't know if we can cut it any more
And
than.
they have 3 full-time, including the clerk.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that's, you can put county commission in orange or brown, whatever that goes, and then put you in green, clerk's office in green.
Or you want it in green?
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, because we're not gonna touch it,
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
done.
it's already done there. Commission
So what's the
could be-
difference in brown and green then? I thought green was supposed to be the things that we
Green
could.
Green-
is, we're not touching it.
Green is
anymore
we
than
already
it's
did
already-
it. Green was we did it from the previous meeting.
Oh.
Brown is what we did this meeting.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
So county treasurer, that's, I mean, my opinion, that's green. I mean, I have to get
Is there
consensus
anything-
here.
Have you gone through that budget?
The county attorney,
Ooh.
Patty said today that just to publish the delinquent taxes was $27,000.
wow,
So
Wow.
that's what my majority that I asked for.
Yeah.
They can go up 15%. The Tribune's already said, given us notice, they've gone up 8% this year, and it's usually that full 15. So that's, we're gonna shop around for office supplies, scratch paper, whatever, but the publication costs are what's the
Right.
majority.
Well, and their
of it.
commodities is the lowest of
all of them?
everybody,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's like
Okay,
$1,000.
all right, well,
I'd say,
Thank
I
you.
mean, my opinion is it'd be green,
I would, after hearing what I
County
just heard, I would
attorney.
agree.
now, county attorney,
that was addressed.
Yes,
yeah. County counselor,
The county counselor, you're gonna have to find a new county counselor if you cut that.
when it's already, that was
It's already
what was
cut.
already done. yeah.
That was last meeting, that was.
No, that was the VAC went to
Yeah, so
75.
do you want to find a different county counselor?
I'm not dissatisfied with what we got, but,
So then you would need a budget for
but
what
that's
you
a
have.
person that, you're talking individual, we don't, non-elected personnel, so.
And
the question here is, we agreed to the cut, right? What did we say at the beginning of the meeting?
I don't know.
You make a decision, there's consequences, you suck it up. If, so the thing is, we agreed to the cut. I mean, I like the individual, I don't wanna talk about the individual in open forum,
Okay.
but I'm like,
Well, I'll move on to the next question. Does that position have benefits, or is it allotted benefits? So you could take that out of the benefits, because that's not being utilized, and we don't have to offer it there then, right? Or no?
You have to offer it and it could be used.
We have to offer benefits?
Yes, he's a full-time employee.
Not a contract?
He's not
Not a
contract.
1099?
He's an employee.
Right, okay.
David?
Yes.
We budgeted for a contract instead of an employee.
Yeah, I saw your notes on that.
So if you
yeah.
did budget for contract,
I'm
then you
just
can take the
saying-
benefits out of
You know,
that.
No, benefits are already
Yeah.
out.
You already took the benefits out?
Benefits out because
Okay,
the city.
we need notes. I said we need
I
notes.
would
We
leave
wouldn't have
that,
known
just
that.
leave that alone, and
yeah,
we can
don't
come back
color
to
it.
that.
Yeah, don't color it.
Yeah, don't color it. So the moving next,
Register of deeds, I think we're done.
yeah,
What is now that one we did 2.5 rather than 3 for benefits.
Yes,
So we need to take
I
one
think, I
benefits
mean,
out.
it was 15,000.
yeah, but right now where we're at on that is, that department, Dr. Cohen's working some HR stuff on that right now.
Oh,
So I would leave it alone.
Yes.
And don't touch it until we hear from him.
no, because the other, that's a conversation, this here, okay.
What does that have to do with the budget?
I don't, that's privileged information, is between what I'm saying.
Just trust me.
Yeah.
Let Dr. Cohen
Hey,
finish this before.
Remember, there was a request for us to pay the benefits, and we didn't come to a consensus. So this is probably linked to that. So what I'm reading between the lines is I'm saying, it's probably linked to that. I don't wanna talk about it in open forum, just leave it alone. I got a pretty good idea what it is.
I don't know what it is, but I know that through our discussions and through what was presented
Okay, all
from.
right, let me flip it this other way. How much would you propose cutting out of that budget? 15,000?
It's already been cut 22,000.
Yeah, I know, but she's talking about it, cause Micah's looking at it as,
I'm
two-
looking
two
at
and
it
a half.
as Allen County operates off of 2 people. The Allen County Register of Deeds says, I only need me and somebody to cover my lunch, and then I need somebody to cover my vacation, and the rest of the time, my second person goes over to help.
so you're proposing to cut a half FTE out, to bring her back down to 2 FTEs. That's what I'm hearing here.
Well, I thought we would ease it off to 2 and a part-time.
Right now, with what's going with Dr. Cohen, and I'm just gonna say it this way. Trust me, we can discuss this later on down the line, but right now, it needs to be left alone. And that's, if you guys wanna continue, then, I'm voting against doing anything on it right now.
I don't know how I'm supposed to work on the budget if I don't have
It doesn't-
information to work on the budget.
Pardon.
We didn't, I'm sorry, we did not put in for executive sessions on this agenda, so we cannot go in and discuss non-elected personnel.
Yeah.
So I received information, and right now, you know, I'm
Right.
just asking you to trust me, and,
So I'm waiting for David to finish.
so go ahead.
What I'm gonna tell you is, what did I say the other day? What did I say to the chairman? I voted for him to be our leader, I'm gonna follow. Make sense? You voted for him, you voted for him, I voted for him. He's the leader, he's asking us to trust him, he has my trust. That's what I will say. Are we good, ma'am? Can we move?
Let's take a recess.
What's that?
She would like a recess, sir.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay. Yep, that's, yeah, I'm good. I'm good with it.
It's
over there, so
I'm not gonna bid.
No, there's no way to discuss it.
Wonder where them went.
Man, I could use a pizza.
I don't like the being behind the window or with my back to the window.
I used to be
It
a
is
city commissioner.
very, very
Spent a lot of time on this phone.
disturbing.
Every time somebody asks what you're doing, so I'm ordering pizza. It never shows up.
I got a great dinner waiting at home.
I do too. I do too.
I'm just
I
like,
do too. Well,
You know, when
Yeah.
you said what you said, I'm like, we're gonna be able to get out of here, and then I understand why we're doing it, and I wanna,
I know
I
we're
wanna
on-
see it all the way through, so
Can I comment?
we're in recess, you can say whatever you want.
Don't do that.
Well,
no, do it.
I say you can comment, just don't say whatever you want.
If you order pizza, I'll have a beer and a pizza, hold them.
yeah.
Hold the pizza.
Oh, you were trouble, Mr. Motley. You were definitely trouble.
I guess, I mean, I see that you cut from the commissioners their benefits, which, you know, I don't know how the future commissioners are gonna feel about that, but anyway, I feel that's kind of weird that you just whacked that for them, but anyway.
If I could cut it down to 5,000, I'd do that too.
Yeah.
And if you get a bunch of old people up here, they don't need benefits.
I'll tell you what,
Okay,
when
what's your
and I'm not gonna
Well,
discuss my personal, but
consternation
when you're in
is
that gray area,
that
there's a bite.
as I remember asking each one of you, whether you were elected or whether you were appointed, about the time commitment. And now it feels like you've decided you don't have the time, and so now you need an assistant, and you need a finance person. And so here we are, the clerk isn't gonna get her full-time person. Something's happening in the Register of Deeds office. The treasurer's office gets to be untouched. No employees, nothing so drastic that employees get, potentially get, left out. But you have added two to your job, whatever, to be able to accomplish your job that I feel like as commissioners, you were asked, do you have the time? And I know for you, well, especially the working ones, that's hard, and I get that. But I don't know that it looks great out in the world. That you're taking away positions from other departments and you added to yours. And in this floater, I'm a little concerned about the emergency preparedness. You can have one person who knows, who has 6 hats. I mean, that's an exaggeration.
In the past, before Mr. Wallace was
Yes.
the emergency manager, it was always a part-time position.
Okay, and I
And-
will caution you on hiring someone that's new. If they don't have some sort of reasonable experience, that makes me nervous.
We may not have a choice. And I
Well,
hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and the reason I
You
say.
wouldn't have a choice if you weren't adding 2 other positions,
Well,
paying for 2 other things.
that may be so, but here's what I'm telling, and even if we didn't add it, that may not be the case. Because I just went through an exercise, we went through an exercise with Public Works, okay? And I can't talk about the people who, but there was some that was very, very qualified,
Okay,
like really
so
qualified.
again, I have to trust you. I appreciate you displaying some trust
Yeah.
towards our chairman, trying my hardest
Yeah.
to trust you all, but it gets difficult.
I hear you, because, and I hear what you're saying, Ann, okay? Because I was once there.
Yeah.
I was once there. And I once had those same feelings. And I will say, coming to the table and being privy to some of the things that go on, it's WOW. Wow. It's wow.
Yeah.
And I can't talk about it, because most of the things that happen, I can't talk about.
And I understand that, and I've always understood that.
And so when people, when my constituents come to me and they're upset, they have mistrust or misgivings or what, I'm not angry, I'm not defensive, I'm understanding. I'm empathetic to their, to
Yes,
to
you
their
have always
feelings.
been with me.
And
You
I'm
have
just
always
like-
been. It's a breath of fresh air.
I get it. I get where, because I've been there.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that I really like about this team is we're not flippant to our constituents. It's like, yeah, we may disagree, that's fine, but we're not mean, we're not callous. Make sense? So, I know, I see the look on your face, I'm reading. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
You do realize that if it hadn't been for the emergency preparedness director years ago, when they had the big storm up there over here, and we only got $500,000, but the gentleman in Lynn County got $1 million for Bridges and the reason we didn't get it, and the only reason we got $500,000 because that emergency preparedness guy took and documented everything, and that was the county clerk and documented. So, don't you think that his piddly salary was worth $500,000 to us?
Will Wallace was the deal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Will Wallace.
And
No,
then,
I-
Yeah, but you don't, I mean-
Now we have some FEMA money that had to be documented again, and who did it? Emergency preparedness.
I'm not gonna say that I knew Mr. Wallace and, you know, some of the programs and stuff he started, he broke the, he upped the game in that department. I was here in 1986 when the flood happened, and the emergency preparedness at that time, I liked the guy, and I thought he did an outstanding job, because he stuck with it, you know, when it was almost 24 hours a day during that whole time, and that guy sat there at that desk and did his
So that's where I go
job.
back to. Now,
But
if
he
we
was-
can make
he
some
was
sort of
volunteer.
Deal with Lynn County, great and fine and wonderful. Not quite sure how that really would look, covering 2 counties. But at the same time.
I'm not a fan of it, but
eh,
I'm
hiring
gonna
our
look
own
into it.
part-time person, I mean, and if that's what we need, that's what we need. But again, just based on what you're saying and what we're talking about, you still have got to have somebody that has some understanding.
I'm gonna tell you that in this county here alone, I could probably name, I don't know if they would come apply for the job, but I could probably name 10 people that could fill that job right now.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
I appreciate hearing that, I do.
Yeah,
I
I
can
mean,
say
just
this.
based on their history in the fields that they've been in, so.
Okay, okay.
I can say this. I was offered a job in one of the cities here in Kansas at $80,000 a year. And I turned it down because I didn't want to be around my folks. And when I went to Mr. Ed French first, and there was a lady that took over after me, and Will Wallace. And I went to him and I said, if you get over your head, call me.
Yeah,
might
I remember Ed too. I remember when they appointed him to that position.
I don't know that this is where you're headed, but I had made some notes earlier. Sorry, I kind of shift gears a little bit, but still budget. Are you aware, I mean, I think you're aware, I don't want to, that you have to fund elected officials' offices adequately in order for them to run their office. And they can choose to overspend. I mean, I don't think that they would do that flippantly. I mean, I hope not. But we have a department that does consistently overspend every year, and you have to cover those with a budget amendment. And so what would it look like? And how much would it be if a particular office, say Tribune, raises their rates 20 or 30%, you know? So then we get back to the reserves kind of thing.
Well, I have a concern if the state doesn't reimburse me for the R&R notices, that's $20,000.
Yeah. So see, we got, right there.
That's postage alone, right?
So,
The one thing the one thing I've learned about budget so far is it is a, practice of projections.
oh, yes.
And if you get them right, you do okay, and if you get them wrong, you know, you still do okay, because you just still gotta cover it. You know, if you go over budget, you still gotta cover it.
Before we go back in session, the thing about this is, I hear what you're saying. I too wrestle. I've been wrestling with a lot of stuff. It's like there are those of us within the county that, you know, the 62 point whatever mil. Okay, but there's a lot of us in the county that can't. It's make or break. So it's like it's easy to look. For me, it's easy to look one way. But then, when you look at the other way, you're like, what do you do with those people? What are my decisions doing for those people? Make sense?
Oh, yes.
Because it's
Yeah.
really easy
Yeah.
for the people who, it's no big deal, it's okay,
Right,
got it?
yes.
But then there's people, it's not okay, it's make or break. It's
No,
like,
I
it's
agree.
either food on the table
Yeah.
or you pay the tax bill.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little
And I
Susie's
think
shoes
that's
or
where I
a
think
tax bill.
our county appraiser has done. I've sat with him numerous times and had him repeat to me numerous times how he tries to figure that. And the care and concern that he also has for our residents, that yes, there's some, but it won't hurt, but there are many more that it will. And so he does things, I believe, maybe we shouldn't be talking about him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
We're back
Are
to
we ready to move
So,
forward?
no, I'm not ready to move forward at all. I want to, I just want to, bring awareness to the fact that I did bring up that will even affect myself, cutting any kind of insurance benefits for county commissioners. And I did my research in the area that I was assigned, which was courthouse, and found that we could operate under these circumstances, like Allen County, and that I'm being ignored by the two that also stand to make those changes for money savings.
Okay, duly noted. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I note what you said. So,
I concur. I understand where you're coming from. And I don't fault you for feeling the way you feel.
and we
But
can,
again,
you
it comes back to what I'm saying is when when our leader is asking us to trust him, I have to trust him.
So,
Because he has never demonstrated anything other than,
so are we revisiting this, or will it be explained?
I can't explain right now.
we could probably revisit it later, right? Once it's been explained in a different meeting.
Right. Once Dr. Cohen has concluded his dealings in this, and then we can have an executive session come Monday at our next meeting to discuss non-elected personnel. But I'm not gonna do it now.
And I'm not trying to talk about a person, I'm trying to talk about how many positions of full-time that we need and
And I think
in
we can-
comparison to.
we can,
Because everybody wants to compare us to
yeah.
other counties. so-
Yeah, and we can address that at another time.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you.
Good?
you're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on, Sheriff.
Please don't green that, register of deeds, because we're not done there.
Just leave it like county counselor. Okay. So we can, okay, so sheriff, opinions.
That's your area. I didn't dive deep into that one.
I think he's I think the cuts that we did and,
This is just if he goes over his budget, it goes out of the general fund.
yeah.
We're
But I
not
mean,
levying for
when you look
extra
at
in the
this
general
fund, I mean,
fund.
we're gonna get there too. Let's skip over the sheriff until we go into those individual funds. Cause that's appraiser,
Sure,
EMS and
sure.
all that. So, custodial. That was a cut, Lou.
I think you could cut more.
Huh?
I think you could cut more.
We could
Did
cut
he,
more.
did he submit a budget?
I don't know if he did
What
or
do
not. But
we-
he only spent 92,000 in 24.
And then it went up to 152?
That's just a budget amount, so
Yeah. What are they?
I could check and see where he's at today, currently, if you'd like.
Well, no, I'm wondering what 2026 looks like on his, you know, it's not salary, there's two of them.
Yeah, it's mostly supplies, but I can, let me hop over real quick.
The publish was 152 something. Where are we at? I'm missing that one.
155.14.
152, 299. Last year was the first year that we split him out from the maintenance, so in that maintenance fund, it's just for gas, electric, so we can see that more clearly.
On the courthouse fund?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so this is new, but in 2004, there was only 92,000 spent. I could jump over and look and see what's actually been spent today. Give me a second.
While she's looking that up, can we use sales fund for courthouse maintenance?
Kind of iffy.
Well, it says courthouse in the statute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
courthouse operations, so maybe.
And I've sat here and listened to this and listened to it. Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I keep getting thrown under the bus as far as the treasurer's not getting cut. We have lost 3 people in the last few years. We have cut. Every time the commission has asked us to cut, we've cut. We've cut commodities, everything else. That's why there's nothing left to cut. You cannot run my office unless people know. You don't want Jennifer to go into that. We've got our people working state, doing the motor vehicle. We have to have them. And that's why it's that way.
Well, thank you for that explanation.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
if you'd
sure.
have ever come to me and asked, I would have told you.
Thank you, Patty.
Uh-huh.
Thank
We
you.
Go to a meeting and share those information, we know.
She did VAC.
For some reason, my AnyDesk isn't working, so I can't give you that information. I don't know if I've been cut off from that too.
So you used 92,000
He used $97,000
in 2024.
Sorry, yeah, 92 in 2024.
And then, and of course, we don't know how much he's used so far.
Yeah.
But-
I could go on a report real quick if I needed to.
But that's a $60,000 jump.
I think that you can just, whatever his 2025 budget was, would be safe.
But that's more.
152, that's more than what he's getting in 2026.
But I don't
In
think.
2025, he got
So-
149,750. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is my. Never mind.
152.
I'm gonna go on a report because I don't think he's spending that much.
He don't strike me as one that would.
No, Mr. Neville's very. He seems very frugal. But the thing about it is, we cut his budget.
He'll find a way to make it work, and so should everybody.
Well, I'm not doubting that whatsoever. But there are certain things that I found in the building where like he doesn't even have an eye wash. There's no PPE for him. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just the way he's operating, and it's not his fault. He's forced to operate that way for years. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't cut. I'm just saying be careful how much you cut because.
Well, I'm not looking at handicapping him.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's why I'm like, look, if we cut.
Or any of them,
But
any
we-
office, any department. I don't wanna handicap them. I know, there's tightening your belt and then there's, putting them in a position to
Right.
fail.
Just cutting their legs out from underneath them.
Right. That's why cash reserve makes more sense to me than some of these things, like I said, some of them we're not affecting anybody. Now, it may affect the position as who we can put in there by cutting it to a part-time position. But again, I think there's people qualified that would work the part-time position, like on the EP. And in IT, we're not gonna have people in there. So we're not hurting people in there, but when you start getting down the line,
How
you're
much, ma'am?
affecting people.
Contractual services, he had 44,000 budgeted, he's only spent 1,000 in re-earn in August. General commodities, 34,000, and he spent 13.
So he spent 14,000 so far. Tell you, the guy.
He's very frugal. I mean, I get it.
I think you could safely have about 20 there. And like I
How-
said, this is,
how
I
much?
think 20.
Until we get to look at it deeper, I'm not gonna do that.
Huh?
I'm not gonna do that until we look at it deeper.
Like, what do you wanna look at?
I mean, we're 9 months into the year.
And you
So is
spend
this
1,000 out
this
of how much?
43.8%, is that the percentile that he spent out of his budget?
Uh-huh.
His budget was 152, 177, he's only spent 43.8%, which, it's not a ding, that's amazing.
No, that's right. But again, it was a new, we broke it out so that we could monitor it easier.
Again, I go back to my question, because like, if we're going to maintain the elevator in this courthouse using jailhouse funds, the sales fund, okay? Can we move some of that money if he needs it?
The other thing I'd say about his budget, you know, you just said he used 48%.
43.
Or 43%. He's lacking what you just said in some PPE and stuff like that. So, I mean, he probably, I mean, is being how he runs that department, I think maybe we ought to not mess with his money and give him a chance to get upgraded in some of that safety issue. So
I can tell you right now,
I'm gonna agree with her. We need a more in-depth look at it. Let it run its year, and then, because that's what she's saying is that they're using this is the first year that they're using as a separate deal. Then we'll have a benchmark at the end of the year. Yeah. So, yeah, I
Okay.
agree.
All right.
So, leave that one alone. Coroner,
That has to
Corner,
stay.
that has to stay.
we already went through all
Yeah,
that.
we went through that. Corner is green.
Custodial green, corner green, county finance. I don't, that's a new position. And
It's not new, that was there
Well,
last year.
I know you're tying it to that other, yeah.
Yeah, it was 97,000, I believe. I've seen that right.
Let's let the plan, or what we're trying to accomplish, let's leave that alone.
Yeah, 97,497.
Yeah, 97,418.
In 2024, it said it had a budget of 103,500.
Okay,
So this is a lot less.
all right, yeah, leave that alone. District court,
There's 339,000. It came down from 348, right? Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
I can't see the top, that's why I was. So we cut them.
last time,
Mm-hmm.
so I'd leave them. Most of their, I mean, and I think Madam Clerk mentioned it last time, most of their bumps is to get court reporters
Mhm.
trained Keep 'em.
Stenographers,
Yeah,
okay.
and I mean,
I mean, are we
there's a
done?
need there, so. That's the last one on there, so now move over to appraiser. We'll start down those individual.
All right,
I mean, we can get through
Commissioner
this.
Milburn,
Mhm.
this is where you shine.
Appraiser. Nothing changed from last year except contract services went up, commodities went up. And he's one that hasn't had a raise in how long?
Since you started.
Never.
Ever? Right. I mean, I'm not condoning a raise, cause I know there's guys in other departments that have the same,
A lot lower paid employees too that haven't,
that's what I mean.
yeah.
We went through this last time and we all three agreed that he should be left alone. Do you still feel that way?
Is it the same budget as last year?
It hasn't changed?
Commodities went up,
Mhm.
but it's not, I mean, $2,800,
I think,
$39.
I think it went down, didn't it? Can you scroll up, Madam Clerk? Cause I think it was 271, 395 and it dropped down.
That was in 24, and the only reason why
Right.
that was is because there was an NRP issue.
Okay, and then last year was 241 and went up to 250 now.
It was actually 251.
Okay.
He thinks he can save, he's not gonna transfer into equipment reserve because we had to make up some other stuff just to make his budget work.
Can you
So-
scroll up, please? Oh, okay. One more? Is it- There you go.
I do have a question about this budget in particular, and the reason I have this question, is in my eyes relevant. We, from my understanding, not firsthand knowledge, just from my understanding, we paid, a salary that was not in that office out of that budget this year for a period of time. And if we were able to do that, then do we really need that full budget in that office?
That happened in several offices in this building.
Well, how do we get a true budget if we're paying salaries that are not working in those offices from those budgets?
Again, when we approve a budget for a elected official, now he's not, he's an
an
appraiser, he's an appointed position.
Yeah.
So, but on these other positions, you know, other offices, the elected officials' offices, again, once we approve it, how they spend their money is subject to the taxpayers.
Understood.
You know, when it comes election time, they're the ones that are gonna decide whether they did right or
Understood.
wrong. On this appointed position, it would've had to been approved through us.
What I'm trying to say is it should,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I
budget
don't
was
know that we
approved to
were all-
us, the budget was approved through, the commissioners,
In
absolutely.
2025.
Yes,
nobody
abs-
directly made me aware
But-
of that,
but-
but, you
But what
know,
I'm saying is
alertness.
where that person spent that money was not, I mean, we had no say in it. But here's where I differ from that. You're right. But who's responsible for the budget? When you give an elected official the
We're not
budget,
talking elected official here.
okay, when you give,
He's the same as Public Works
well,
or IT or any of them. He's
Okay.
under our umbrella.
what I'm saying is this
That office
this
does.
office did that, but there was also other offices where there was elected official that
Right.
did that. So what I'm saying is, in the end, I'm sitting here answering to the gallery and to the people out in the county. So going into this exercise, that's in my head. Make sense? It's
Right.
like, I want to give you exactly what you need. That's the thing. Anything above what you need should go back to the people.
And if you were able to use your budget on somebody that didn't even work in your office, The question still stands, did you need it?
Okay, and.
I just want everybody to understand what I'm trying to say, and I wanna make sure I'm articulating it correctly.
Right.
Because
I
if they
think you are.
had that budget, but they were able to use that budget to pay for somebody that didn't even work in their office, do they need that budget again next year? That's the question. And if you say yes, then let's just go to the next one. That's fine. I just want you to be aware.
That's another one that requires a deep dive as to where that money, who authorized that money in a department that is controlled by
I don't
the
know.
commission.
I don't know who authorized it.
Okay, I'm just saying, but then to go back to the other positions, on what Commissioner Tran's saying on elected officials, the people elected them, not us. And when they tell us that this is what they need to run their department, we try to meet that expectation best we can. You know, the mill levy and the amount of taxes we get dictates how we have to try to separate that. But then to say, when they do whatever they do, if it's not in line with what we feel that it should be done, penalizing them the next time, we gotta be careful about that.
It's not
You know,
penalizing, I'm not trying to penalize
If
anybody.
it's, yeah.
I'm
You
not
know.
trying to penalize anybody. What I'm trying to say is, if you come to the budget committee in good faith, and you're saying, this is the money that I need, okay? And that fund is provided to you. Then you turn around and you spend it in some other fashion that wasn't outlined. And when you look at the spending, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically the spending trend. If you're looking at how the office spends that money, that trend, you're kind of like, okay, it raises certain questions. And I'm not saying it's nefarious or anything like that, but it might be unethical. I'm
Well-
not, hang on, please. So I'm like, it may be unethical, I don't know, okay? But as somebody who's sitting in this chair, who's answering to the public, I have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that every dime of the taxpayer's dollar is spent in an ethical and legal fashion.
Right.
Okay? And I'm not levying charges or accusations to it. I'm
No,
not.
I'm not either.
I'm just saying, these are the things, I've only been in this position 2 months, and I watched the stuff go across my computer, and it's like, okay.
Right.
And we have to sign those reports,
Right.
300
Oh,
some
and I
thousand
agree.
every week. You know, we have to sign those, and so
I agree.
if we have no say, then I'm not signing anymore.
Well, we can definitely, because we're the ones that approve the budget. I mean, we're
Yeah.
doing that right now. So we can definitely say, well, we're not going to finance that. But then again, you have to make the taxpayers aware of that elected official's inability or their their mishandling or mismanagement. And then the voters, in the end, will be the ones that take care of it.
This one
We-
is on us, though, because it's appraiser.
Right, he's ours.
So, again, if we were able to pay
That
salary
department-
out of this for a certain period of time for somebody not working in that office, do they need that budget?
May I? Chairman.
Yes.
This was discussed, and it was discussed with the commission at the time, and I'm sorry the two of you were not sitting there in those positions. However, it was for an employee that everyone felt was important and necessary to keep here in this office. At the time, there was a vacant position, and the appraiser was willing to do extra work and overtime to cover the gap, because he saw the importance of keeping that employee here. And so, we all worked together to try and find the money to keep this person here and employed, because this person was going to later on be a full-time employee. I'm not gonna talk about that person individually, but she is definitely, it's a she, she's definitely made contributions to our organization.
I understand.
And I'm aware of that, and that is not a problem, and that employee being here, I'm more than happy about that. That's not the question at all.
But
The question is,
Matt,
does it need to come out of that budget, or can it just stay in the general? You know, if
The savings
if that
that,
budget could operate the way it did, can it, do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Beerbauer?
yeah, I do,
Okay.
I do.
It was
All
a
right.
one-time thing.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about the thing that happened.
it's a one-time thing that
We're
works,
talking about
though.
now, you know, because they were able to operate without
Yes.
that money, to make that money
Yes.
possible,
Thank you.
Kent.
Burnout is real.
Yeah, I understand the burnout. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Well, I mean, I don't have a problem. We all know we're talking about me. Just
Well,
because I
we're not-
didn't,
yeah.
no, I have no problem. Just because I didn't physically work for, like, in this office. I mean, you can talk to the appraiser. I mean, we've all worked really hard trying to get NRP corrected. So if I'm helping work on NRP to try to get NRP corrected and he's doing field work, I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's just a shift of duties, and it's
Right.
it's not that.
It could have just as easily
We're
been
not-
public works, right?
Yeah,
Right,
we're
and
not,
I've
we're
had-
not talking about what, doing it. I mean, we would
Right,
do,
and-
I would vote for it again to do it the same way.
I would as well, but I don't know
Yeah,
that it
what
needs
we're-
to be in that
we're-
specific budget. That's the
Yeah.
Right,
question.
but that's the thing. It's if I'm doing work over here for this department, well, they're doing something over here because they lost an employee, so he's filling in over here, and if I'm doing over here,
It's just helping each other out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
I'm
thing.
just
I
saying
mean,
is that
if I'm
the
doing
money-
some work
the
for
money that
them,
was used out of the appraiser's
Mm-hmm.
budget, can we take that money out, or should we keep that money
He needs
in
that
there,
employee.
you know, to put back what he sacrificed on this?
Right.
He now has a full-time.
That's right,
employee,
he did.
And he needs that person to be able to.
That's why we shifted out of.
right, because
Yeah.
then I shifted to another
Yes.
because he has
Right, because
the
of the full,
and-
yeah, that's how we were ended up with it
Yes.
being where it's at now.
That's correct.
I remember, I mean,
For the
it was way
record-
back in April,
So
but yes.
for the record, I wasn't talking about Jennifer. For the record.
No, but that's
I wasn't talking
So
about
because
anybody, I was
when-
just talking about the
well, I
fact
didn't
that
know
there
who it
was.
was until she
there was-
raised
we
her
were
hand.
paying a different
Well, actually,
budget, or
until
out of
she
one budget.
reminded me that that's what that position was
and I've helped
for.
in a lot of offices, and that's the thing.
Right.
It's just kind of all worked out. I haven't been over here. Okay, I'm working on NRP today, and I'm working on this today, and I'm working on this today. There's been a lot behind the scenes, and that's why I just wanted to say I don't feel that it's fair to cut Matt because work was being done in his office
Well, and.
for this
yeah.
while he was doing other.
And that's, I remember now why we had to shift that, because
Mm-hmm.
he had to fill that position, so we're good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I mean, I like the willingness to help each other in the courthouse. You know, that reminds me of other places I've been and worked and stuff where everybody does what they gotta do to make it get done at the end of the day. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with what
I
we
don't
did
have a
there,
problem with
so.
that too, sir. All I'm saying
right.
is there's a proper way to do things, that's all.
So,
I agree.
I think they did in this, because the commission at the time, we voted for it. So, yeah, yeah. All right, so I don't think we can cut that, but, so what's the jump in commodities though? I mean, that's a small amount, but,
I think it is his publication, like his notices.
oh, that's right.
Everybody has that big jump.
Yeah, we got that real fancy.
You ready to move on,
Yeah.
Commissioner Milburn?
Moving to the next,
Yes, sir.
what's next?
Election,
What is it?
elections.
Okay, that's, I don't see anything there. I've looked at that several times. I just, with
We do.
the election this year and change in districts.
It
and-
looks like it's almost, is it the same? It was 105 and 25, and it's 109 and 26? Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Publication, or the commodities went up because we have to do more ballots. And I don't even know if that's gonna be enough, but I hope.
Okay. Next. Leslie. You guys got anything you want?
No, sir, I'm
Nope.
good. We're going to employee benefits.
We've already hit there.
So we're good with that? Commissioner Melbourne?
I think that I would love to see the benefits divided out.
You know, they call me a pit bull because I won't let go of stuff once I grab a hold of it. Yeah.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Brower?
I admire the,
Tenacity?
yeah, to keep up with it.
Mhm.
I still think that that is a discussion that we should have.
Okay.
You did ask me if we could have wages in that fund, and by statute, we cannot.
Okay.
I do know that.
So, pop.
And when we finally do have that discussion, might I recommend that we bring Mr. Motley to the table?
Well, maybe he'll be here by then.
Well, I'd like to have that conversation before Mr. Motley becomes commissioner.
If you make that drastic of a change, it affects everything I do in the pantry.
I think that's something that we look at for going
Into 26.
26 to 27.
What I guess what
Yeah.
I need to clarify is like, I don't wanna wait until 26 to have a conversation.
What do you think?
That's behind the curve. I would like to have the conversation. That's kinda
Well,
like waiting until.
we can't, I'm
What
sorry,
items
go
are
ahead.
you
Phil.
talking
That's
about?
like
What do you
waiting, that's
want?
like waiting, and going into 26 to talk about a strategic plan. We should at least start talking about the strategic plan, and that is, to me, part of it. Make sense?
Okay.
So that doesn't mean we act on it, that doesn't mean we formulate ideas, we brainstorm, we argue it out, or discuss it out, whatever. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying let's pull the trigger on it.
Okay,
Okay.
I don't have an issue with it.
All right, sir, thank you.
That's what I was just basically getting at, is I know we're gonna be at 5 in January. We don't know what the 5 at the table is gonna look like.
Right.
Because we got, depending on how the elections go, we got a spot that's gonna get appointed.
Right.
So,
Would you please tell me, catch me up, because I was reading something. What were you talking about changing?
the employee benefits,
Oh,
We're talking about
What you've been
we're talking about
talking
what
about.
you've been talking about, and what I said
well,
is.
what did Susan say about salary statutorily?
no, see, I had put out the option, rather than put it into each individual department.
Understood.
You know, bringing
Oh,
wages out of every
I just didn't know where that
department,
wages came
And
from.
she just
I
popped that balloon, so,
Okay,
Yeah.
I
understood.
mean, no, the state popped it.
And what I said is when we finally talk about what you're wanting to do, Commissioner Milburn,
Mm-hmm.
we bring Mr. Motley to the table, even if the election hadn't gone through or he hasn't been seated.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
working under the assumption that he's gonna. All right.
So now, where are we at? Tri-Valley.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that gentleman was here
Yes.
Monday night, and,
Wait, did
I'm
we-
gonna tell you about
did we
that
skip
pr-
mental health?
No, that's
Tri-Valley.
zero. Remember, we resolved that earlier in
Oh,
the year.
Yeah.
Through resolution,
Yeah.
and that was not a hostile resolution. That was, I sat down and spoke to those leaders of that
I think you did
and
very
came to an
good.
agreement,
Yeah.
and that's how we saved that $9,500.
All right.
Yeah.
And we did it without having to hash it out right here. So I would
Okay.
love if throughout the year, we could do things like that with these entities. So
Well,
they don't
that-
have to wait and watch all of our things, you know.
I would agree with you, but that also means that as commissioners, whether the 3 of us or the 5 of us who are moving forward, we need to pay attention to those agreements. And we need to pull
Well,
those
we need to
agreements.
review all
You
of
don't-
it.
Yes, exactly.
Have to
I
have,
agree.
we don't have to sign an agreement with all of.
I
Right.
agree.
But
I don't
anything that we
intend to
have an
sign
agreement
anything
on,
else,
that's,
so.
We need
you
to
know,
review it.
we need to start
You're
looking
right.
at all of those agreements.
So intellectual disabilities, are we,
Tri-Valley.
yes,
Yes, that, I'm gonna tell you, the program is, I would say, beyond exceptional. I mean, they've ran for years, and the people they take care of, I mean, when I worked at the police station, a lot of our custodial duties was done by those individuals, and the program that they get, it's just, these people are great people all the way around, to the employees, to the people that are receiving that benefit.
okay, so I know what you're talking about. So-
Yeah.
Okay, so that's called a niche
Yeah.
contract.
Yes.
And that,
I
and
got
that
you.
to me is not even in question. That to me, I love the organization. That to me is not in question. To me, what is in question is, are we the only way for them to get those funds to operate, or are there other fundraisers and people willing to donate without us levying it to the taxpayers and choosing for the taxpayers? Is there another way? So could you leave it at 37? And
Well,
they
the
could
37
find them another way. I mean, I do
Scroll it up,
non-for-profits and
please.
raise a lot of money throughout the years for,
So that you can.
for,
So,
I-
yeah.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Here's the, when you're talking and somebody else, I can only pay attention to one person.
why didn't I stop talking?
I don't want you to stop.
I
talking.
interrupted,
Yeah.
my apologies.
So, please go back.
I lost my train of thought.
You were talking about the 37,
Yeah.
Oh, the question is not whether it's worthy. It is worthy.
okay.
The question is it our right to levy that to the people to then give to an entity that we're not required to do that to? That is the
Okay.
question. It's not,
So you want, just a second, Mr. Molly.
Sure.
So you want to leave it at 37, whatever on taxes?
no, I just wanted you to be
37,
advised of
133.
that
No, I
note
mean,
there.
I'm-
I mean, it's an option.
Okay, but I mean, that was your suggestion, right?
No, that was not my suggestion. That was
Okay, so
what,
what's your suggestion?
I mean, that's what I first seen on the document, and that's what I was working off of, so, the 37.
So you want to keep it at 37?
I think it's just up for discussion. I don't
Yeah. I think,
want or
I think
diswant.
it's already, I mean, the tax part of it is at 37. The resources available, the carryover is what makes it get to
Where does the
55.
carryover come from? That is not clear. Where are we giving it a
It's
carryover
resources
from?
available, which comes from other,
What
can you
is
scroll
other?
up now?
I mean, it's all commission money if you're gonna
In the
send out
total-
55,000.
Missed payment in 2024. That's what it's all boiling down to. If this missed payment hadn't been there, you would have levied the full 55.
Well, maybe not. A lot of things are getting cut. We would have discussed it and levied whatever the commission chose.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying if you kept it at what the BAC recommended, you would have levied the full 55. But this came to light about a week ago that this was missed, and it was probably because they were ending their fiscal year. That's how they found it.
So that's why it's being taxed at 37.
Yes, that's why.
So,
this
and
is
they're
not-
asking for us
55, yeah.
to tax the 55 and give them that 13 that we missed,
I
or
mean, I
that
feel
they
like you
missed.
still need.
Somebody missed.
There
So,
was-
so
was-
scroll up, I'm sorry,
Okay.
and look at the total receipts of,
What happens, out of curiosity, what happens with the 13,341 in 2024, and how did it get carried? Does the computer not check that we have extra cash? Because to me, it's like, and hear me out, please. When I'm doing my checkbook and, you know, and there's extra money, I'm like, whoa, where's this extra money coming from?
This
So
is-
does the computer not do that?
This is the state document. This is not our software. All this data has to be put into the state document. And the state document takes what we have from our financial audited statements.
Mhm.
And so at the end of the year, there was $13,000 that was left over that should have probably been encumbered. It wasn't. I didn't take. care of
nobody
that.
asked why we had 13
No.
left
No,
in 2024.
No.
That's the question.
that's
Right.
an appropriation that is done
That's
through
exactly what
accounts
you
payable.
said.
Right,
Yeah.
so was I mean, what measure,
People made an error. Somebody made an error. I mean, that's what it boils down to. It was
But
an
when
error.
the error, we would have known it in 2024, but we didn't question it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
maybe not. Whoever was.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, looking at this, yeah, I can agree.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe not.
Right.
But it was a human error. Somebody missed the payment, and so it gets in the budget
Carried over.
document. It gets carried over, and then this comes down and says, okay, this is your resources available. Well, because you have these resources available, it carries over again, and your levy drops because you don't need as much money. This really should be zero.
gotcha.
And we signed a contract in 24, so we're almost obligated to pay the 13. In
What if-
25, you can drop this, and 26.
when's the contract end?
Year to year.
It's year to
Oh,
year.
year to year.
Mhm.
But the thing is, like, it's almost, you almost have to pay it. And the reason why it's almost is because there's a fiduciary responsibility on the receiving end also. Make sense?
Mhm.
So the responsibility on the giving end didn't live up to the agreement, but on the receiving end didn't live up to agreement either, because if they were missing it, they should have come back to us for it.
So
That-
the question is this take the air out completely? And if it was 0 and we would be taxing 55 now, so the question is, do we want to tax them, tax our taxpayers 55,000 for this organization?
Like, in my opinion, I feel like this needs to be done this year to honor this. And so you'll have to do, that's what, this is red because you have to do a budget amendment, because this is all we budgeted for. So that flags and says, hey, you need to do a budget amendment, and so we would do that.
Now,
We can do it at the end of the year. That's generally when we
So
do
then
it.
that rules, that makes that carryover right,
Yes,
yeah.
but that's completely a commission's decision.
so what's the ask? What is your ask?
No, I just made the statement. I mean, do we want to, budget for 55? Or do we want to budget lower? I mean, if you just take that out of the equation, that air, and so right now, if that was 0, their ask is 55,000. And it, you know, because when we do the budget amendment, that's gonna make that 0, so that 37 that's taxed now isn't gonna be in play. We're gonna have to tax for 55.
Yeah.
So the question is, do we wanna,
I want to give everybody what they are asking for. I want to give the conservation appropriations what they're asking for because they help farmers in a rural community, but we're not.
I got you. I understand. That's why I said, do
So
we want? So
what do
now
you
the
wanna do?
discussion is, what do you want?
If we, I just want the cuts to be fair.
Mr. Motley?
This might help the discussion. Normally, grants will not pay for operating expenses, salaries, utilities, things like that. Grants are for special use equipment or a special use program. The Community Foundation grant will not go for operating expenses, so, and I think that's what this tax is for, is operating expenses, not for special programs.
Does that, I mean, I thought, yeah, something in the
And that's where
contract
fundraising comes into
shows
play.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fundraising will not, it'll have to be people that want to pay
Donate.
for operating expenses, but foundations normally won't do that.
right. Thank you. So, opinions? My opinion is that if this is, you know, it is operating expenses and it hasn't changed, I mean, from 25 to 26, but it is, I mean,
It's been that way for years.
yeah, 24 was at a lower level, so they went up, what, 14? Or was that, oh no, they were 55, so they've been the same for
I mean,
Yeah.
for years.
the last, yeah, so,
Decades.
so. What's that?
Nothing.
Greg, what was our justification for cutting the conservation district?
We cut we cut everything that was, we did not want to decide charitable contributions or payments to non-government organizations for the citizens. So we decided to cut all of those. You guys restored some. We ended up compromising and cutting them in half. But the conservation district gets matching funds from the state, 25-25.
So they got 50.
They asked for 40, we gave them the 25 so that the state could match.
Okay,
So we cut them down to 20, but then we realized the state matched 25, so we raised them up to 25.
So
okay, so if this one was at 55, what was your recommendation to cut on it?
We did not because it was a tax levy.
It's a tax levy.
Is this an NGO?
Yeah, if it's not a government organization, it's an NGO.
NGO. So to Commissioner Milburn's point, we cut one NGO down. This is another NGO.
Yeah, the other NGOs didn't have a tax levy, and so we treated this one differently.
Right.
We did-
How did
did
it
the
get a
public-
tax levy?
I'm sorry?
How did it get a tax levy?
I don't know, you'll have to ask somebody who was here at the time.
By state statute?
That's what was my next question, is what's the state? Because we bumped Fair Board back up because of the statute. We bumped.
It's optional.
No, that
Yeah.
was optional. That
Okay.
was just because it was only
Unless there's an
$10,000 and we
agreement.
were squabbling over 5.
So wait, so this is, the reason I'm hesitant on this, because saying yes opens up a lot of other things, because there's also an agreement. Make sense? So like you say yes to this, what are you gonna say to the agreement? Because we have the agreement.
I mean, you're saying yes to the 55 or
If you
cutting
say,
it?
if you say yes to the 37, well, whatever it's up there right now, then what are you gonna say to the next year? Because that agreement, we have it.
Well, you
and
sign
that-
that every year. That's
Yeah.
not,
What I'm,
that's an optional, that agreement, I think.
I understand it's optional,
Okay.
but my
I
point
don't
is to go back to
understand what
what you're saying, is like, if you wanna cut them, what are you gonna do for 2027? Or 2026, because the letter was for 2026, right, Madam
Yeah.
Clerk?
25, the one we were presented was, they wanted us to sign something for 25.
That was, okay, that's right, their
Yeah.
year starts in June. So
Yeah.
for 2025, are you gonna cut that too?
I mean, that, somebody else made that budget. We're not making that budget, so we're making the new budget for 26.
Okay, so you're gonna cut that one in 26?
That's the one we were talking about. That's the one everybody's cutting right now. We're all cutting.
Yeah?
That's the one that we cut
Okay, so
the conservation
that-
district and all of the other NGOs. I'm just pointing it out.
okay.
You guys decide,
No,
okay?
no. See, that's not how this works. That works because we're 3 people, and so you said, okay, we did cut conservation. So did we, what's the other ones that we cut?
Oh, buggers.
Where are they at?
Look,
I mean,
I'm for giving them what they're asking right now.
okay, I'm for it too. So, what's that, sir?
I'm narrating myself.
All right. My hearing aids are picking it up.
Okay.
If this will help, the Board of County Commissioners of any county may levy a tax not to exceed $0.5 mil on taxable property.
Okay. I was wanting to look at, I mean, I know we bumped the fair board back up. I don't see where that's
So
at.
is the only one we didn't bump back up conservation?
Yes.
Yeah,
And part of that, then the rationale for that was the state matches 25,000. So they were gonna get the 50 irrespective. So that's why, that was the rationale that we talked about that night. In fact, you were talking about it, and Dave talked about it, because I'm not privy to that organization. That's when I asked, is this an NGO? And it was like, yeah, it's an NGO. So I'm like, okay.
I sat through the meetings and met with the people outside and I said, what are you gonna do if you don't get your $40,000 budget? Cause that is part of their operating budget.
Okay.
Now, if they went below 25, they wouldn't even get their matching funds, and so
Right.
it would be just not.
That's why,
And so they said, well, we'll have to start selling our assets.
okay, so we cripple them by not doing it.
Sure.
no, well,
Okay,
that's,
so-
Or they can go
So-
fundraise, and same with the others. They can do the same. Or we
You're-
can
you're-
levy taxes to the
Okay.
people and choose where to donate money to.
Okay. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
You were asking about intellectual disabilities and fundraisers and grants and those kinds of things. Why isn't the same thing being said now for the Fair Board? What fundraisers, I don't know, what fundraisers, grant opportunities have they got after, what grants do they get? I understand some of those aren't for operating, grants aren't for operating expenses, but again, if you're gonna require one entity, and I have thought of this the last several days, I know that the Multi-County Health Board does get a tremendous amount of money from grants, but again, it's not always operating expenses. There's some out there that will help because it's a health department,
They're a shall. They're a
Yes,
shall.
yes, and, so if you're gonna require, and maybe there's something else to be looked at in the future, is, can you set a certain amount of, or at least you need to know how much they're getting from grants and fundraising opportunities, and
How much of that goes toward that? And I agree. How much of that extra expenses or extra revenue that they generate through those fundraising deals goes to and grants that goes towards operational expenses? Because like Mr. Motley said, a grant's not going to go towards it. Most likely, it's going to go towards some special equipment or some, like at the fair, maybe some construction or something like that that makes it something that needs to be
I know the
fixed.
fair has done a tremendous job over the last probably 3 or 4 years of getting more activities in there. And to generate, even if it's just renting out the facilities, but, you know, a lot more shows and a lot more rodeos and a lot more of those kinds of things, so I know they picked that up. But
I
maybe
agree.
it's- Maybe for
I-
everyone, all of these types of NGOs, it's raising it to another level again, is needed.
Thank you.
My whole thing with the NGOs is we as elected officials need to do our due diligence in making sure that we're just not arbitrarily giving money to NGOs, and we need to go back and revisit those agreements, those contracts, whatever it is. Because my first 30 days here, we're looking at an NGO that we signed back in '62. And then the next one was in '96, and nobody looked at the document. And I
I
really
agree.
have a heartburn with that, because it's a
Yeah.
disservice to the taxpayers,
Totally agree.
Right.
Totally.
so.
Yeah, and I don't remember. I remember us bringing the fair board back up, and I'm you know, when it comes to these certain not NGOs that we're talking about, and conservation's one of them. I think that they do an outstanding job. But I think we need to look more into what they do, and I'm not looking at it, well, we bumped them back up because, well, it was only 5,000. Well, I mean, that's 5,000 that would bring us down to 102, that, you know, when we're cutting, and you cut another, you know, you cut another, and you cut another. But again, what happens to the service if you cut it and they don't have that fundraising, or they, you know, a bad year, you know, then they start laying off, or they can't bring in help the people that they do help. So they do provide a service to our community that's why there's the funding comes through us. I mean, otherwise it would be real easy to say, well, we're not going to do any of them, and it'd be at the goodwill of the people out there, the taxpayers themselves, to decide whether they want to, who they want to give to. But that's not the case. There are state statutes that covers a lot of these, that we, you know, the ones that it doesn't cover, are they any less than the ones that the state statutes do cover? Yes, sir.
Question. I recall last year we had several people approach the podium and ask for money for transportation. We haven't heard any of that lately.
Oh, they have.
We
Yeah, there were
had
several of
one
them.
that we signed a, you know,
Yeah.
a letter that we believe in it,
Yes.
but we're not
Couple of them,
financing
we
it.
signed letters that we believe in their cause and we want them here, but we're not giving them any money.
We're not giving it.
Yeah.
So basically, we're putting them in line to receive Medicaid or Medicare funding.
I don't really know what
I
the
think
letter
that's-
does for them, besides let them know that
Yeah.
we don't mind them operating here and we
No, I didn't get
share.
I mean, there is a cutoff point, I think.
that. Yeah, well, we
You
were
know.
giving money a couple of years ago to everyone that.
Right, I think we did, I think, yeah, I was sitting there in the audience when it didn't, I got confused as to how many transportation services we had.
And
Wow.
that
You know,
met
because
all
it-
of our needs.
Because the names were so close together, that, you know, when you start throwing SEK in
The
front
last
of
time I checked, it
everything.
was 5.
Wow.
Yeah, so, anyway,
Just a question, sorry.
thank you. Good point.
We do employ 43 employees in Bourbon County.
What's that?
They employ 43 employees. in
Who's
Bourbon
they?
County.
Tri-Valley,
Okay,
so.
can we move on?
I'm good. I mean, I'm good with, you know, keeping them at 55,
Yeah.
so.
Are
Well-
we gonna recapture that 13 or no?
No, what I'm saying is just leave it at I say, don't change what you have in that block, is what I'm saying. It's 55, but 37, 133 is,
The levy.
right.
Okay.
And then you give them the 13,341. So it's exactly the way you have it.
But I can't give them the 13,341 unless I put it in that block,
And a budget amendment.
in a budget amendment.
So you gotta go back down to the red. That red makes it where we have to amend that. So then that brings that-
Required up.
Yeah, that brings the taxing from 37 to 55.
We told the guy we were gonna pay it.
We didn't say that.
I think you
The only
did.
way, the only way to not.
I know I didn't.
I didn't either.
The only
We
way-
told him we would look into
The only
it.
way to not, I mean, you'd wanna pay it in 2005, the only way to do what you're wanting to do is I would have to go over here and move this down by 13,341.
So then they would only get 37,000, not 55.
You'd get, sorry,
The error was made.
41,659 is what they would get.
You
And
don't get
I
to
still need to
recoup
go in
that.
and fix NRP, which won't be a huge amount.
They should have been paid it. Whether they missed it, we missed it, it's still gotta be recouped.
Well, and we would have missed it in 24 and they wouldn't have seen it until 25 because their budget.
So
year
they
closed
saw
in
it this
25.
year.
Okay, here's what I want this copy. I will concur with what you're wanting. But I want the option to come back and revisit if we don't get what we need later on. If it comes down to whatever, $10,000, then this is something we're gonna revisit. Fair enough?
Well, I mean, you know, if you guys wanna go that route, go that route. I mean, I'm sticking.
So look at this number right
I
here.
believe Commissioner Milburn doesn't even wanna pay it. I don't wanna speak for her, but I believe that's what I'm hearing. What I'm saying is
I
I
just wanna
want,
be fair.
I'm sorry,
I just wanna be fair.
gotcha.
So watch
I
what
think
this
we
does
have
to your,
been.
just for your levy, just watch what it does. It drops it down to 0.268 and 0.378.
Okay, leave it open. I mean,
Okay, I'll
you
leave
know,
it like that.
as Commissioner,
I'll write a note to him now.
as Commissioner Tran said, so what's next is law enforcement. We already, well, bring it up.
You are moving 250,000.
Right?
Inmate housing is estimated at 128. Now, in 2025, I think that number could go up. Because I think we've brought in more than that. Would you like for me to go run a report?
Yeah, I need accurate
Yeah.
information.
Thank you. We'll take a recess. 5 minutes, 6 minutes. What time?
It's 8:38.
How dark is it?
That's dark, we gotta drive home in the dark.
It's the darkest before the dawn.
Can you guys, watch this on YouTube at home?
I did last night, yes.
Okay, I know, but you can get it out there.
Barely.
Just barely.
If you hold your leg this right.
It kept freezing up on me. I don't know if it was freezing
What I-
up here or not,
When I
but I think it
heard,
did to me twice.
when I heard that AOL was cutting out their dial-up service, I thought of you.
We don't have AOL, we have HughesNet. It's
Okay,
just
well,
as
that's
bad.
not dial-up.
It's just as bad.
We have a landline out there that works part of the time.
Oh, wow.
And we
it's
can't
great.
get Crockett out there because of the way they divided things up.
We're in Mapleton and it has its own little entity. It's a 743, city code. And if you've got that, you've got, Brightspeed right now. We've had 5 different companies since we lived there. And we have to have what they have signed.
And she, on a cell phone, she stands on the bank out there,
Try to
holds
drink
one leg
acres.
up. I heard you talking about that.
Well, the cats can't move, nobody can move, phone rings, everybody's free. And maybe I can push the speaker button and it, maybe it'll go through, maybe.
Now, she really wants to, it gets desperate, she rides down the road until she gets a signal.
A quarter of a mile.
You have to drive, they call.
Well, if I want to on my cell phone, yes, a quarter of a mile.
And it
Maybe
ain't
we should
cheap.
call Eli and see if he'll give you a satellite phone.
Oh.
It's
It
ridiculous.
was bad enough that we had to go off his pacemaker box
Oh, gosh.
because it would not connect.
Yeah, that's
That
terrible.
doesn't sound
Yeah.
good.
No.
So we go to the doctor every 3 months now, and he's did.
Okay.
And they do a 5-minute test and we're done.
Well, my most recent experience with those monitors, they catch things before you even know it's about to happen. So it's a shame you can't be,
Right, we,
So well.
yeah,
yeah.
because
You
We
can just
don't
wait
have
90 days to
tower
die, is that what you're saying?
we are in a dead zone. We have a tower close to us and, yeah.
That's terrible.
Well, that's part of living in the country, people
And-
complain. But if you live in the country, you gotta put up with all that stuff that does everything else. That's
So
just
this
part of it.
new tower out here won't help? You all? No?
And it-
The 20 miles out, 10 miles, 10 miles
west.
west, then 10 miles north. Or how they, 6 miles
They
north.
put one up at ground floor, I think it's like.
That's what's so far?
Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere. And then
That just took your estimated total mill rate down to 55.5
What did?
by putting that number in there.
Which number?
$312,695, because that's what they brought in this year in housing.
But as we know, it can't be,
It's not sustainable, but it does help, and you wouldn't have to make all those other cuts. You could leave your cash reserves where they are.
I think if we're being truly fair and we made the cuts because we truly believe a person can operate under those circumstances, I don't know why we would turn that back around.
I missed that point.
what are you saying? You want to
It was a
cut?
response to Madam Clerk. Because she said we wouldn't have to make all those cuts if we took that into account.
Well, if you're at least gonna make the cuts, then I'd put them in your cash reserves.
I don't want to do that.
I would, I don't know. I mean, for me, because of his department having their own finance
The
advisor,
accountant, Yeah.
that I would be, before we do anything of that, doing that, I would want to consult with him and them, because I don't want to just blindside him and say, we just took more money out of your, you know, we took money last week.
You're not taking money. You're adding revenue. So it helps you reduce your levy.
But are you projecting that same revenue in 2026?
No.
No, you
That's
can't.
just utilizing
You
that
mean that
revenue.
This is current revenue to date. It was $10,000 that was sitting in there because they had never gotten inmate money. Well, we can prove it to date that they have brought in 284,000 in housing and then other reimbursables of 28,000.
And it's what, to the general fund?
No, it goes to their fund.
It's not, it's part of their revenue, not part of ours.
And so basically that wasn't reported.
No, that goes into the general fund.
No, it doesn't.
For, it's,
No, it doesn't.
And again, that's why I say I would not want to proceed down this road without talking with him and
for
his.
statute?
Per statute, this fund shouldn't even exist.
That's what I'm saying. That's supposed to go to the general fund, is it not?
So should all of his wages and expenses and everything else, but nobody will write the resolution to say that it can be on a fund
I'm
of
sorry,
its
I
own.
was unaware that it was on a fund of its own.
We've had this conversation many times around the table that I've said, we have no legal authority to have this in its fund of its own, but nobody wants to move it back, so I've left it alone.
Okay.
This should set in the general fund.
That's why I thought that that would to the general fund.
No, it's not in the general fund, it's in a fund of its own. So there would have to be, there technically, by law, has to be a resolution that the commission says the law enforcement fund stays in its own fund.
That makes it confusing because the general fund is funding those operations, so that money from the operations shall come back to the general fund. Should it not?
No, this is not a general fund, this is law enforcement fund.
So the general fund, oh, I'm sorry, that's why it's on a different fund page.
Yes.
That's correct. So it goes back to his fund and we just track it in that fund, within that fund, and then it goes back to his operations. Okay.
So he has his own revenue stream. And
But
then he also has the
Sales tax.
yes, he has a revenue stream from us, meaning
Taxes.
we
So
fund,
He's levied.
He has a levy,
right,
he has a revenue stream from, he can charge things for like copies of reports. That's a sheriff receipt. He has the housing for inmates. He has fingerprinting fees. He has grants that can come into here, and he has video fees. All those come in, and he has all that money. Plus, you do a transfer from the sales tax fund into this fund.
So we would technically be able to start to levy less if that jail inmate people
can you
started to offset the budget.
scroll down, please? Stop. Right, just a little bit more, please. Stop. Look at the first line, where it says estimated mill rate, revenue neutral rate comparison.
It just dropped to 55 by putting that number in there. Now, that's not a steady number, you don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be up and down,
But
up
so
and down.
scroll down.
But I can guarantee you
Or
that
up and
number.
let's see the other part.
What do you want to know? Revenue?
No, I want to see the bottom.
You're gonna levy 1.381.
And what did we levy last year?
Well, you didn't have.
We didn't have the housing.
You didn't have the income coming in, yes.
Right.
That's why it's hard to say, when that statement is made, well, you took 2 mills away from me. That's not a fair statement, because the revenue was still there to supply. The
Right.
budget kept increasing every year. And so, you have to look at the dollars spent to really see what's going on in that fund. You can't look at the revenue coming in. The revenue gets funded with whatever revenue we have available at the time. And it's fortunate, hey, we're getting some money in there, it's helping us. But what I'm saying is, you just added 345,000 in there, and you can run back to the general fund and say, okay, we're gonna build our cash reserves back up, because we can, and get it up to R&R.
Why didn't we account for that money being in that fund? If it's in that fund, why didn't we account for that? That should have been a carryover or something. Or, Right.
Because it's not consistent, and at the time that this was put together,
well, you
There
have to
wasn't-
use it.
Huh?
You would wanna use it.
Yes, you
I
would wanna
mean,
use it, but at the time when the budget document was put together and information was being given to the Budget Advisory Committee, not all that data was there. We're in September, that was started clear back in June. So that data wasn't there.
So that money exists right now in our
Yes,
account.
absolutely.
So I
don't know why
say we
you
talk
wouldn't-
to.
You could, I'm sorry.
No, that's
Go
all
ahead.
right, go ahead.
So
finish.
you could move that money to the general fund.
No, you have
No?
to leave it here. Or you take his entire budget and move it to the general fund. But,
That's not advisable.
well,
It's
I'll
not
tell you.
advisable?
I mean, when I went to the conference, and that's the one thing that the Kansas Association of Counties said, that that's one fund you don't want in your general fund.
So then you guys need to do a resolution. You
Okay.
really do, to be legal. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Yeah.
And if when Kansas City, Missouri completes their jail, that revenue's gonna go.
If they
Gotcha.
do.
But they're building it now.
Not yet, not according to the news.
I watch Kansas City Weekend Review every year.
I
Okay,
understand.
that's all right, that's all right.
Let's-
Let's stay focused on this task here at hand.
So you
And-
just added $250,000, basically, just a little bit more than that, into this process.
Okay,
It's revenue, it's true revenue.
right. And I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, have a discussion regarding that, but I think there's not enough people at this table. I think we need the sheriff and his financial advisor here before we start chopping away at this. That's just all I'm saying. And
What makes it different than the motor vehicle fund? Because the treasurer funds 2 employees plus part of hers out of the motor vehicle fund. Who says you couldn't just fund a couple of employees out of that fund?
That's a question you need to ask him.
This is not even a legal fund.
You keep saying that, but can you quote a statute or something that tells me that,
Can you quote a statute that says that it can be?
I don't know, that's,
No,
I mean.
that's-
No,
problem.
that's why I thought it was in the
You can't-
general fund, because it did, when I looked it up a while back, that's why
You
when
have to have
when
a
she put that there, I
statute.
told her, so that went to the general fund, she said no, and I was surprised.
Because
I guess,
he's
I don't know
not-
why I was surprised, because it's right here in its own fund, but it's just because I was,
It was a decision made years ago by a commission, and they didn't do it properly. And every year since I've been here, I have brought it up, this is not a legal fund. You have to have statutory authority to be able to have a fund. And that does not have a statutory authority.
The problem I see here, aside from the amount of money that's been proposed that's proposed to be moved, that in itself is one issue. The issue here is, and this is something I need Bob to read on, is I'm hearing from an elected official that basically is telling me that there's something illegal going on right here in a public forum. And because it's being, regardless of whether it's in a public forum or in private, way, but the minute we hear something like that is happening, we have a duty to flush this out.
And that's what I'm saying, is
And I'm
that
not-
you,
I'm not saying, I'm not casting blame, I'm not casting anything,
no.
I'm just saying this needs to go to Bob.
and it needs to have the people that are
Yes.
here with it. You don't,
Because this is like,
so right now, I'd say leave it alone.
is it within our rights to create the fund?
Yes,
Yeah.
Well, then why don't we just ask Bob to write a resolution?
all you have to do. That's all I've asked for people
I-
to do, just so
I-
we can be legal.
I don't have an issue with that. But like everything else I've said, before we act, we need to take a look at the whole thing. This, okay, I understand the money wasn't there in June. Okay? But we went through this exercise last week. This didn't come up. We went through the same exercise today, last week. That did not come up.
You did not ask me that question. You didn't, Sam. You can be frustrated with me, but you did not ask me
It's,
that
it's not,
question.
it's.
We didn't
it's-
ask, we didn't ask it this time either.
Exactly.
I mean,
We didn't
but
ask it this
You
time.
I'm not-
asked to go through it line item by line item tonight, and that's what we are doing. And that's where I said, hey, I know because I can remember that there's money coming in, and so I pointed it out.
Okay, and we're not gonna, right now, I mean, again, I don't feel that this needs to be discussed any further until we have the sheriff and his counsel and our counsel and financial advisors from both sides sitting at the table, and we can all fight then. But, we're missing people in this fight, so, I say, let's just wait on that part. We don't need to, we can do it even after October.
Seems
We
like
don't need to do it right now.
Easy
You
fix.
cannot do it after October. It has to be done by October 1st.
This budget does, but not that fund does not. So that's my suggestion.
Are there any
and
more
that's what I-
funds? Just
So
since
would
we're,
you like to, so explain this to me. Why did Ben Hart not include it in his 2025 budget?
oh, I don't know that.
That's the information that I
Ben's
put.
not here to answer that.
But I'm just saying, not all information is being disclosed to you. I am being upfront and transparent with what is in our system today. And it was not included in his numbers. Reimbursement housing.
10,000, and it's
Yes.
actually 300 and some thousand. Or 300.
Yes.
How do we get a report of every account
I
and
can
number?
give it to you every day. I mean, it's.
Mayor,
But you have to.
I'll hand it right back to you. You can keep it.
I'll make copies.
Okay. So again, I mean, that is a question for the sheriff and a question, Mr. Smith.
What the clerk is trying to tell you is that you need to resolve this issue before she publishes the budget, because if she doesn't, then she's publishing a budget with an illegal fund in it.
And how long, but the question is that this has been the same fund for how many years?
I agree with that.
Right.
And I have said it how many times, Michael? Every single meeting.
Well, here's
All
my
right,
position
so-
on it.
Okay.
Once things are brought to our attention, it is now on our backs, not somebody else's, and now it's been brought to our attention that there's a fund without a resolution. And so I would agree with Madam Clerk that it's real simple. Let's just write a resolution. Bill, it don't hurt Bill.
Okay.
It don't
So-
hurt us.
So,
We agree that we don't wanna have to move back to
hang
general.
hang on.
Honestly, the best person to call would be your auditor.
Where's that calendar?
I'm good with just
I'll go
making the
to this one.
resolution.
We gotta ask the sheriff.
Why does it's already in there. It's just resolving that it's,
I
that
think
we
it's just
agree it be
professional
in there.
courtesy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
So, today is the 23rd. We would have to have a special meeting to do this resolution. Or we're gonna, because
Maybe we just do it
the
on Monday?
29th is next Monday. So we have to turn this over to her on Wednesday. So if we're gonna do that, then I'm saying there is enough time, if we're gonna call a special meeting to do a resolution, we can call a special meeting to invite the sheriff and his people here to
Why
discuss
can't we just add
it.
it to the agenda Monday?
Okay.
Like if we.
Well, do
we
you
could
think
just
it's
have it
gonna get
typed up,
written
ready
and
to go.
approved by Monday?
They're not difficult. It's really not terribly difficult. It don't have to be a resolution like that board. That thing was 3 pages. This just needs to be a 1-page resolution to create the fund.
Okay.
That sounds fine and dandy, except for I think, it doesn't matter what I feel. I think that you're gonna have a fight on your hands.
Why?
No, you won't. He's wanted this from day one. He wants it in his
Well,
own
we
fund.
have it. It's there.
Yeah,
It
he
is
wants
there.
it. He does not want it to go back to the general fund. I know that for a fact. He has said it to me.
What's the difference?
She's also said it to me.
What's the difference? What is the difference?
All right, hang on, guys, hang on.
You can spend it anyway, don't you?
Just a minute. Okay. Mr. Walker,
I'm only gonna make this comment. In Lynn County, this is the way they handle it. They got 1.6 million from the sheriff to their general fund. And the sheriff come, and he did his own budget, and he come back and give them another $90,000 out of his budget. But the thing of it is, he just now signed a new contract with the people up in Wyandotte or wherever. He come to the county commissioners and said, county commissioners, I want you to authorize me to house these prisoners at $67.50 a day. And the county commissioner said, yeah, roger that, we're gonna do that. But obviously they funded their sheriff's department in Lynn County really well, if they can come back and give $90,000 more. And then the commissioner asked the sheriff up there, he says, now are you gonna be able to afford that new deputy? And the sheriff says, yeah. Because he was very active in housing these prisoners since day one, since they built that new jail, which has been built only, what, 2 years or 3 years?
2 years.
And right now, they're into it about 3 or 4 million that they put back into the general fund.
So you're saying the sheriff in Lynn County is just making it rain?
Yeah.
Well, he's 50
I
miles closer to
I
Kansas
also
City.
provide you, when I provide financials, I provide you this information every month that we do financials. It's in the details. It shows you the inmate funds over the last 6 years. It tells you how much is being brought in. This has been the best year ever. And I would attribute that to Luke.
Okay.
To who?
So, I mean, let's move on, because, you know, you're gonna get a hold of Bob and have him start a resolution. I didn't say you, I mean, I was looking at you.
But you didn't mean me to do
No, it was your ideal. I'm just saying, that's what's on the table right now,
Okay.
is direct our county counselor to draft a resolution to be looked at on Monday. Don't leave.
Good night, Mr. Dare.
Thank you, guys.
So what left after law enforcement? EMS?
Well, it goes to Road and Bridge.
Oh, road and bridge, yeah.
Oh, noxious weed, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Goes to
Yeah.
noxious weed.
Okay. Well, so that's what we're moving on right now, on the sheriff's, is to get a resolution on that account. So I would expect that they'll be here on Monday as well.
What's the benefit? What's the difference of it being in its own fund and being in
Well,
the general?
I don't know, didn't you say it couldn't be moved to the general?
No, I said it should be in the general, but I
Oh.
can tell you the benefit. If it's in his fund of his own, he feels like it's his money, that he can do what he needs to do to fund his services. If it's in the general fund, he feels like it gets taken up by every other department. So that's the benefit to him of having it in his own fund. And so he may work a little harder to have inmates in his
But it
department.
would still just offset his operating expenses.
Correct,
It would still have to be used
yes.
in that manner. You couldn't just go
Or
and,
towards radios?
you know, buy
Or a payment.
fancy things,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I mean,
multi-million-dollar radios
Yeah.
that,
I think what's concerning is that it wasn't, I took the information given to me by his advisor, okay? And that's what I put in the budget document. I honored that, but I knew that there was more money coming.
okay. All right, let's move on, because we're not gonna solution this until we get till the resolution.
Noxious weeds is exactly the same, so, as last year,
Yeah.
it looks like here, so.
Down 1,000.
The chemicals
Yeah.
probably went up in cost, so
So we
nobody's
can-
not gonna operate it. There's gonna be a cut in services on that, so. All right, EMS and,
This is Road and Bridge.
road and bridge, okay, yeah, that's the R&B.
So we went from 2811 to 2750. Oh,
The only thing that I would caution you on is
137.
he has debt service falling off, and the plan had always been in the past that, to keep that debt service around 300,000 always, so that you could maybe buy another piece of equipment, and I've noticed that it's dropped the last 2 years without it being considered raised.
So where's that come from?
It's a levy, I mean, it's right.
Yeah, I see it right there.
Yeah.
We
If you
lowered that
see-
budget by 60,000.
We've already cut it.
Yes,
Mhm.
by 60,000.
All right, so
It's cut quite a bit.
we're good.
Okay. EMS is pretty,
Yeah. I don't see where we can mess with that too much.
What you got, did you guys skip the special bridge? Is that gone or something?
it's gone, it's no longer a thing.
Okay,
That's all your levied funds.
okay.
EMS is partially, but I mean, we're good. I mean, I don't see where we could do anything on that. Even
One,
what-
two.
How long would it take you to plug in all the numbers and print this out for us?
Well, I mean, I think we're at 107,000 left to get to revenue neutral. So that would be 100,000 off of the,
You're at revenue neutral, but do you want me to take that amount out of law enforcement?
Well, let me ask, I thought we went to EMS, that's why.
We did.
Okay, so did EMS raise by, EMS go down by 50,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
57,120. Mm-hmm.
they're non-taxed.
No, it's
There's-
265,000.
Yeah, I mean, they're partially taxed. They're,
Yeah, we have to, we supplement what they can't bill out. And then also the benefits. And,
Yes, which is, when you get right down to it, it's probably around 650 that you subsidize.
around 700,000. That's what I figured. Those were my numbers. Thank you. I knew I wasn't crazy.
huh?
So I knew I wasn't crazy. Thank you, Susan.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay.
So do you want me to take law enforcement, that number out, or leave it in?
I don't want to do anything till Monday.
I just wanna see the document. I just wanna see it the way, I would like to have it finalized, so I have another copy of what we talked about.
Right. She's right now talking about, do you want
Do
to
you
take
want
that
this in
300,000?
Or do you want me to put 10 grand back in there? This is true numbers.
Well, I don't know why you'd put fabricated numbers in there. I would not support that.
The reason I say leave the 312 in there is because you guys already talked about passing a resolution and all that stuff, so it's like, it's easy enough for Madam Clerk to go back in there if we change our mind or whatever, to put that on, but I wanna see the work. This is the work we put into it for tonight.
So you want that in there?
That doesn't mean it's staying in there. I'm just saying, if it stays in there, this is what you're looking at. Does that make sense? I don't wanna have to go back and figure it out.
Well, and I'm figuring that if you don't put it in there and we budget, or we take the remaining 107 and take it out of
Sales tax?
reserves, like we were going, we've took out as much as we can from the department.
Right.
And we've held back several of those departments that we weren't gonna touch, that we weren't sure yet. There were several of them that we didn't green up. So-
May I?
Let me finish. So there's several of them that we're waiting on, or we were gonna do further discussion on. So if we just hold off until Monday, we can go back. But if, for whatever reason, we decide that Monday, that we got this, we take it out now, and we get this great number, which we will, then we find out that we're not gonna do it, then we're gonna have to take it out of the reserve anyway. So I'm just saying, this is where, do with what we know we can do, and then wait until we talk to them, and then if we can work it out with them, then we do what we can do, what makes it the best.
May I make a proposal?
Yes.
Okay, so leave the tax, the 250,000 in the sales tax fund instead of allocating it over there, the 250. And, let the jail revenue support the gap that was gonna fill. And then any excess you would then move
And
to the
again,
reserves.
I'm not going to. I
Because
mean,
it's just as safe in the jail sales tax
Right.
as it is in reserves.
Until I have their people here and we can talk about how that's gonna work out, or why they feel that it shouldn't be done, then I'm not willing to, to vote on it that way. But, I mean, I'm just telling you that this is how I feel, that we need to have the people that are involved in it, that, you know, and I'm not gonna go, I'm not pointing fingers or saying anything, but last year, some stuff got done to his budget without his knowledge until after it was done. So I'm not gonna be the same, I'm not gonna do that to him without him sitting at the table and me telling him that he, you know, that we wanna do this.
I'm just confused. I mean, the money's the money. If you,
Okay.
I don't,
I mean,
doesn't
well,
matter
then-
where,
then
I mean,
you
if
guys
it
do
comes
what,
from.
do what you think is right. I'm doing what I think is
Well,
right,
that
which
money has
is,
to be spent back into that fund, right? So why not let
I
us?
wanna talk to Bill and his financial advisor before I say that I'm gonna pull money out of his budget.
I'm not pulling any money. You're just letting it supplement itself. That's what it's supposed to do, isn't it? That's
Okay,
what
well
the
then
dump
you got a
does, and that's
proposal,
what the
you got a
EMS
proposal on
does,
the table. My vote is no.
There's no proposal here, we're just talking.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that. I just
Well, I
thought
mean,
that
we're
when
gonna
they
do
bring
a-
in revenue, it's supposed to go back towards its operating expenses.
Yeah, what I'm
Isn't
saying.
that what the dump does? Is it what the dump does or not?
The
When they
dump is
bring in
totally-
revenue, it goes back towards their
They're
operating.
they're totally funded by their operation.
Not totally, because their benefits aren't in there. I know, we need to get them in there, yeah. So, same with EMS. Their, whatever they make goes back into and then we only supplement what they can't, figure out.
But they already know it and they've already dealt with it. That's how they're operating. What we're doing right now is we're telling him that we're gonna take money that wasn't budgeted, wasn't part of the budget process on what we factored in on his meal and his budget. This money wasn't factored in until tonight. Nobody even talked about it until tonight.
I didn't know about it.
Huh?
I didn't know about it.
Okay, so what's the difference of waiting and having that conversation with the sheriff, which is the elected official that runs that department, and his staff? And then, because we gotta do the resolution anyway. We can't do nothing until we do the resolution. I don't feel comfortable moving that money away from his account or his budget until I've talked to him.
Oh, well, I didn't think we were moving it. I thought we just weren't allocating more to it because that can offset it.
It's the same
Just like the
thing.
treasurer does with her fund. and
It's the
does
same
with their
thing that you're
EMF.
talking about. You're talking about taking money that, and you're taking it from this jar instead of this jar.
What else would you do with it? What else would you do with it?
Well, I don't know, because I'm not talking to Bill.
You can't encumber it into one place without asking him what he's got it already encumbered to.
We could handicap him if he's already using this money for something else. It's his budget, it's his money. Nobody has told him that we were putting it in a general fund, and if we take it out of another jar just because he's got it, don't make it, don't
stealing.
balance it out.
I
It's
didn't
not
know.
stealing.
I read statute on that.
Huh?
I did. I read. I got it in here somewhere. I'll find it.
So, I mean, like right now, this budget right now that
Find it.
we're working on, we've trimmed it down from 230-some thousand to 100,000, which is remarkable considering that last year a senator come in here and asked this commission to go to revenue neutral and they couldn't do it. So I think we've accomplished a lot tonight, and we can still get there without having to take this money right now. That's that's it. I'm not saying anymore. You guys, the next deal. I mean, we got to make a decision, because come Monday, we can go one or two ways. And if that's okay with the sheriff's department, then I'm okay with taking that money and doing that. But I don't believe in just doing it without having that person at the table. That's my opinion. Thank you. So, it's 9:15, where are we going? I mean, you know where I stand on it, so now it's up to you two to. That's with that money, the 54,581.
Yep.
What's the mill on this one?
54.581.
It's right there at the bottom of the page.
I don't see it.
So you left that money in the budget?
Page 31 in your stack.
I don't have page 31. I
She
only
just
have,
handed you.
She just handed it
okay, this is, just so you two understand, I have 6A, 9, and 6A. That's what was handed to me.
Here,
I'm telling you.
I'll trace it.
So, I mean, I love it when people tell me what I got and I'm looking at it.
I have,
can't see
it
over
now.
there.
I have it now.
the same thing I got
And it was like, and everybody's like jumping to me, it was like, oh, it's handed to you. It's not.
Oh, man.
can we get
That's
through
why
the
we
rest
don't
of these
stay
funds
late.
real quick?
I'm sorry?
Huh?
So we can at least complete the journey through the book?
None of the other ones are levied funds,
Oh,
so if you don't wanna,
well, okay.
cause what we try to do is budget the maximum amount, so we don't have to do budget amendments at the end.
Okay.
It just, you kinda, and there are some that you, like if you get more sales tax, then you, at the end of the year, sometimes you may have to increase it, whatever. It's whatever the board decides, but there's really not a whole lot more to the rest of it.
And just, for the record, this is just an exercise in seeing what could be. I don't know if it will be. I would agree with Commissioner Beerbauer completely. We need to talk to the sheriff about this, we need to talk to Ben about this. You know,
So what would it be if you took that out and went back to what we cut and the rest out of cash reserve?
I did a deep dive on the reading on this. I don't remember why. I just remember I stumbled across it and I just started reading. And that's why I thought it was in the general, because it was typically. And when they start to bring in funds, then it goes to the general and then you use it to the further operations. That's how it is. That's how it works. And so if you're proposing something different, that would be a deviation of the norm.
Okay, but again, I think we had to have that discussion with the sheriff at the table.
so, and my thing on this is like, if I would've known that this was a fund that
Well,
was
who's saying it?
available.
Who's saying all those things?
What? Saying all of what things?
All the things we're saying at the table. Again,
What is it,
tired of
56.765?
saying all these things. Again and again.
Can you just?
We
pick
have
out
not
that
had this
page?
discussion
Just
on this
that
fund
page.
with the sheriff or
I
his
know,
staff.
I'm sorry. Tired of this budget.
Huh?
I'm tired of the budget.
Well, I agree. But I'm
Thank you.
not gonna be, just do this and, and have and blindside the sheriff and his, you know, without him being at the table. That's the only thing I'm saying. You know, give him a chance to prepare and come and explain why, you know, about this fund and where we're at on it. That's all I'm saying.
About the revenue, we're not, I don't need to talk about the fund, we need to just let him keep the fund. I just wanna talk about the revenue.
Well, then that's, I agree, and he needs to be part of that conversation. You know. Huh?
He'll be glad to talk to you about it.
Well, I know he will. I mean, I think that's what's right. You know, I was looking at that a while ago, we were talking about fair on those other accounts, and I think we've been fair, whether we cut conservation the same, I mean, there's a difference between fair and equal. And I think we're being fair based on each individual fund, not so much equal across the board, so.
I think since we moved the intellectual disabilities back up,
I think we left it open, didn't we?
I don't know, I really don't
The
at this
intellectual?
point. Did
Yeah,
you,
that's
did you leave it
TRICARE.
at the 37 at the cut,
Yeah,
or did you raise it up?
Me and you said to leave it at
Leave-
55.
Yes.
Yeah, leave it
Okay,
alone.
so if you do that, then literally the only one that you're cutting is the conservation district. It's the only one of the
So
contributions.
let's
that
cut
you're
the
cutting.
fair board again and make it equal.
Well, they're only getting 10,000.
I mean, I think we're doing it fair because we're allowing conservation to, we're giving them enough to make their state match.
Can you toss me your statement, please?
I do have a statement, because I feel like that I am being accused of not disclosing information and whatever. But my question would be is, why was this not disclosed by the sheriff when he knew that he
Well,
was
that's a
bringing
good
in that
question.
much money?
Yeah, if that revenue's there, that's a
yeah.
that's really fair.
And that's a question I would like to ask him Monday.
I'm sorry, Michael, here you go. I'm getting better.
You are. Give you a star.
So this is putting that, leaving that money alone?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that at revenue neutral?
Yes.
Under revenue neutral still?
Yes. One's at
Well, it's-
56.765, and then the other one is sitting at,
54?
the other one's sitting at 54.581.
Agenda,
So,
the sheriff's discussion.
Well, I'm gonna invite him to come to the board, yeah.
my suggestion on it, Commissioner Bearbauer, is that we move up that timeline so we don't wait till Monday. Because I'm not, if we run into a hiccup on Monday, you only have a couple of days to work on it. And to me, I'd much rather work on this and get it done so that we're not doing it at the last minute and everything's last minute.
So,
I don't know what y'all's.
suggestion?
I will make myself available. That's what I'm gonna say. If you guys decide to have this meeting tomorrow, we meet tomorrow, next day, whatever you guys wanna do.
I'm okay with Monday, but that's,
All right.
I mean, that's the 30th, it's still
This is for the clerk's
2
book.
days.
See what if she's got.
What's this?
That's for the clerk's book.
So are you willing to have another work session on the 30th if you don't get it solved on the 29th? We have a really big meeting on the 29th.
I guess we'd have to.
I'm gonna make sure the sheriff and that is on the agenda. And then, I mean, we haven't printed the agenda yet. Maybe we ought to trim it down, but we can't do that tonight, so.
This is a regular meeting.
No, it's
Yeah,
a
but it's
special
not on the
meeting.
special meeting, yeah.
Can't add things to a special meeting.
So,
We try to follow the rules when we know them wrong. We try. Do our
so,
best.
It's not unusual to amend the agenda and amend the special meetings.
I think
They
we'll,
can, you're saying you can amend a special
I said
meeting?
It's not unusual.
we can adjust the budget later. I mean, we need to even adjust or not budget, the agenda, even on Monday night. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's on there that we can move, so. To get this in there and get it done. I mean, rather than have another special meeting this week. I mean, it's up to you guys, but I'm good with Monday. And then if we don't get it resolved on Monday, have the meeting on Tuesday so we can get it to her on Wednesday.
I'll call Ben tomorrow.
That's gonna be the big one. He's busy right now.
Huh?
I said Ben's gonna be he's busy right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not just us,
He's got all these other
Yeah.
meetings.
so,
So,
I mean, that's where I stand. Discussion.
how do we go, once we get the budget ironed out, how do we go about making sure that the budget is error-free? The question is, once you formulate the budget and we vote on the budget and we say, this is the budget that we want, that we're gonna use, right? That we're gonna pass. How do we ensure that the budget is error-free?
We have
What
somebody,
are you implying?
I don't know.
Well, I'm not implying anything. What I'm saying is, based upon previous experience, when we got the document back, the numbers were wrong.
Oh,
or
we would have
off.
to go over the thing, we'd have to look at all the numbers that night when it was final, like, take the time to print it and then look at all of them and say, yes. And then I think that's how you would,
I mean, we're 3 months into the budget. I could go back and look at all your revenue and say, hey, you got better revenue right now, so I could change the 25 budget numbers and I could give you more detail, but this process started in June.
Yeah, I know. It's not,
So
I'm not, this is not about your performance. It isn't. You've done fantastic. It's just very,
it's frustrating.
yes, it is
Because,
very
well, I mean,
frustrating.
there was one night we sit,
Everything's a projection.
hang on, there was one night we sat here with 4 budget proposals in
Right.
front of us, and not a one of them had, the numbers matched up. When you went to and added them up, it didn't add up to the same on the front page. And, you know, I'm not saying nobody's at fault on that. We had so many numbers and so many pages. We had Micah, or Commissioner Milburn's contingency budget. We had Commissioner Tran's alternative budget. We had BAC's budget, and then we had one with your name on it while you were on vacation. So we got overwhelmed with numbers, and all I'm saying,
Do it that way.
huh? Well,
Well, the way, I think the way
It's-
we're doing it tonight is actually good, because we all get to see it. I just wish there was some way we can get all the information out there so that you can walk into the process as educated as possible. That's the only thing I'm saying.
well, since we're wanting all the education, I have been curious about where the 5% NRP, because you keep saying, I gotta adjust NRP. So the 5% that we keep, that we don't give back to the people that did the revitalization, where does that money go? Is that what you're distributing to everybody's budget? Where does that money go? I can't
yeah.
figure out where that goes.
So every time you change a budget document page, the way the budget document works is I have to go back and zero out the NRP and then go back and look and see what's actually being levied. What's actually being levied has to be.
Okay,
carried over.
because we're not gonna keep those taxes we're collecting, we're giving them back.
Right.
Okay, so where does the 5% that we keep go? It goes into something.
Yes, it does.
Where does it go?
It goes into a fund that's never been distributed.
Where is that at?
You're putting me on the spot here.
Okay, well, we talked about a lot of stuff tonight, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
No,
So-
don't, I don't understand
The
what,
treasurer's not distributing it correctly.
The 5%?
Yes,
So the 5% that we keep,
yes.
well, what are we supposed to do with it?
She is supposed to calculate the NRP at the end of the year, or end of whenever she's doing her distribution, and keep the 5% off of those NRPs and move them to the appraiser's office.
Okay, so that's where it's supposed to go, is to the
Yes.
appraiser's office.
But it's never
Where
goes.
at? Do they have like a little fund
It's-
for it,
No,
or
it's just a fee line,
a fee?
but it hasn't been transferred
Those
forever.
fee lines are confusing. Like, is there another way to do that? Does it need to go to a fee line, or can it just go to the general?
Honestly, if I were you guys, I would put it in a reserve fund, because the way they're traveling roads all the time, they're having to change their cars, just like Road and Bridge and all them. They do a lot of traveling. So they
My
change their
point
cars
is, though, if they need a car, they can come ask the commission. They don't need to just take it upon themselves to have a reserve and use it as they wish. They need to,
They usually
that
do.
money could go back to
They don't ever
the,
buy anything without
Okay.
coming to the commission.
okay. Because
So-
to me, that should probably just go back to the general.
The only reason why it's gone to the appraiser is because he administers that program.
Well, I understand that, but we give them their budget. And so, I mean, we're already funding them. We don't need any icing in government. It just needs to go back to general, and it can go towards the funding.
I'm just telling you what the history's been.
Gotcha, okay.
But right
So
now,
let's talk
it's
about those
sitting in a
funds.
fund, and I don't know how anybody would untie that, because it's not been done each year. It has to be done each year.
You're talking about distributions back to the public, or,
I'm talking
because that
about-
5%, it don't really matter when it comes to the general, as long as it comes.
Right, but it's
So-
not, but to get to that number, every year you have, you're distributing for 5 years, okay? So you may have 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 that you're distributing. So for that chunk, 5% of it comes off of each
Mhm.
individual person.
Yes,
And no
and
one's
it's
keeping-
5% of their increase. You don't figure in what the taxes were before. I've dove deep into these, so what
Yes.
the taxes were before, whatever the increase is, the 5% tax stays here, and then the 95% of that increase
Yes.
goes back to them.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
so,
But that 5% has to be figured individually off of each person.
yeah,
And our system's not capable of doing that.
yeah,
And so we have to manually do that.
okay,
And until I picked apart all the NRP stuff and I created the spreadsheet.
Okay.
Matt now does the spreadsheet.
okay.
on every
So it's
single
now being
person.
done in the appraiser's office?
Yes, and he can pass that on to the treasurer, and she can take that amount and she can move that money at the end of each distribution, which
Right.
should be done.
Right, so really, if it was a function of the appraiser, it was, they should have been working in tandem, I suppose, the
Yes.
appraiser and the treasurer.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Okay, so.
so once that gets cleaned up, then that 5% can come back to general, or wherever we so choose.
Yes, it can.
Sorry, Mr. Bieber.
I'm gonna
I've just
find
been
the st-
wondering about
I'm
this
gonna
fund
find the
for,
stick
I've just been
and-
wondering about it for a
Here,
while.
talk.
No.
Okay, so the question on the on the table right now is the math. How, when we get this budget done, and she's done all, printed it all and all that, do we want to have them numbers checked, to finalize it before we hand it back over to her?
Sure, she can hand it to us and we can just eyeball it and say, yes, yes, and then hand it
And
back.
you're good with that?
We would make a motion, I would suppose. Yeah.
You have to adopt the budget, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have an auditor, we have other resources. If you want to have another party look at it, that's kind of, I think, right, there would be a charge.
Why does anybody need to look at it but us?
Okay.
I'm just wondering.
Well,
You
I'm
might
just
have a
saying
reason, I'm
is
just asking.
again, I'm going right back and I'm not saying that anybody's at blame, but we've had multiple budgets that hit this table and multiple errors that we've been dealing with this. And it could be all about the process, because we started a whole new process with the BAC and all the other that. And so there's been a large amount of numbers, plus on top of current workloads that Madam Clerk has been going through. So I'm just saying is that, do we want to have a third party that's not connected to this, look at the budget and say, yes, all the Ts are
Well, they
crossed.
won't know what they're looking at because they didn't know what we set it at, so I don't think that would be effective. I think what has happened at least one time, because I went back and watched that video, is earlier in the meeting, we said, leave it at 55. And then an hour later, we came back to that same line item and we said, what are we doing with this? Did we decide? And we said, well, I think we're gonna leave it. And then
I'm not disputing that at
I
all.
asked, where are we leaving it? And then I don't even know who said it, was said the 37. And so we've kind of,
We are
Oh,
just as,
I-
we're
all over
just
the
as
place.
much.
did you listen to that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was all over.
And we're
all
just
over
as
the
much a part of the, of the cause of it
Yeah.
Yeah.
as,
So we're
as
the only ones
anybody.
that
I'm
can
not, like I
verify
said,
it.
I'm not pointing blame at anybody. All I'm saying is that we've had it happen.
Yeah.
And if you have somebody else that's not connected,
But they're not gonna have a historical.
yeah, but they can do the numbers. They can add up the numbers and make sure that we don't have a number in there that doesn't add
Oh,
up to
you
the
mean
right
an
number.
error within the sheet?
I'm
Within
just
the
saying is
sheet.
that all the numbers are plugged in right. T's crossed, I's dotted.
You mean like when this number goes in, this number back here changes to make sure they've all calculated right? Don't the worksheet do that on its own? Worksheet has programming of its own to.
Okay, because here's my, the question was asked, I will
Hi,
answer.
Patty.
Just a second.
The question was asked, and I'm gonna answer. I'm not a CPA, okay? That's just the bottom line. It's like, I just wanna make sure that we do everything we can to provide the best product possible to our constituents. That's it. And if you guys feel that we could do it internally, I will help however I can, okay?
I don't know what we're doing.
Do you not trust me?
No, it
Which
has
one?
nothing to do with you. It's like, this is the second time I said this tonight. It has nothing, yes, it is. This is the second time I said it. It's not about your performance. You've done fantastic. I just need to make sure that we do everything possible to get this product out, okay? Because going back and looking at the videos, we're everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly, and that's
I've
my,
done 7 budgets.
so what I'm getting at is like,
This budget we've worked on the last 3 times has been the same document. The same exact document the last 3 times.
The only thing that didn't align was that disabilities, I think. I think that's the only one that didn't align with what was said,
if-
said in the meeting.
If you want to take anything away from me tonight, it's this. When I walk into a project, I expect to have all the building blocks there at the project. And if I don't have all the building blocks and all the material to complete my project, I know what I'm missing. Make sense?
Yeah.
And for me to walk into a project and not know what I'm missing, and then all of a sudden it's like, I'm halfway building it, and somebody says, you need this trunk line.
I get it.
I'm like, holy,
Like that
I
extra
get
fund.
very
Is that what you're
I
talking
frustrated.
about?
understand that.
I get that.
But you know what you
Okay, I
probably
get it.
should have asked from the very beginning from this exercise? Is all of the documents that each elected official presented to you.
Can
And
I have
that's been
those?
missing. I would love to give them to you.
Yeah, so
Thank
here's,
you.
and here's,
But
here's,
that's because you
here's,
gave the VAC that job.
here's my rebuttal to that. Madam Clerk, I don't know what I don't know. So listen, I understand. I don't know what to ask. This is my first time sitting here doing a budget. So my thing is like, if you're gonna be our clerk, okay, let me finish, please. I wanna work with you. I wanna be there as a partner, but my partner needs to tell me, hey, knucklehead, this is what you're missing.
Okay, so my response to you is.
Sure.
Is that I am more than happy to work with you, but I have been told to stay out of the process. And so I am doing, I give you bits and pieces because I've done this a long time. I
Sure.
know what I'm doing.
Sure.
And so, in a way, I feel disrespected. So that's me being completely honest with
Sure.
you about this process. There are so many times that I could have stepped in and said, don't do that because this is what's gonna happen. But I didn't. I sat back, I let the BAC do what they wanted to do. This is the first time that I've had the ability to sit in here and talk amongst you. So that's my rebuttal to you.
Okay.
Until I'm asked to be a part of the process, and I have asked each one of you to come in and sit down with me, and I would be more than happy to go over the budget, how things work, what's not right. But I haven't, Mike is the only one that has come into my office and asked me questions. Sometimes they haven't been easy questions between the two of us, we don't agree. But she is the only one that has come in. So that's my response.
I'm good.
All right. So I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Oh, wait, no, I don't, because Patty showed up.
Oh.
And she,
Okay, well, I just wanted to say, I apologize earlier for coming in, because I didn't realize I was watching
Could
it
you come
time
to
delayed, and that's
the
why.
microphone?
Huh? Okay. I mean, I keep-
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
And I'm sorry, I come in last time and I didn't realize I was watching the meeting and it was time delayed. So that's why I come in way later than
It's
I
got
meant
like
to
a
come
10
in.
second
I
or
thought you guys
something.
were on break when I came in here. I really
Okay.
did. So I apologize for that. But then on the comment on the appraiser's office, on the, that
NRP.
5%, yes.
I'm so
that-
interested in how that works, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Always before, used to be, I would get, the appraiser would tell me how much money to move out of that account to his account. I haven't got that in years, but that account is so messed up now that there's no way to ever figure it out.
That's what I just told him.
Yeah,
But when Rhonda was here, she was the one that was doing all the journal entries and making all those changes, so I don't know what her process was.
I don't
But
either.
I do know that it cannot happen from the appraiser's office, it has to happen from the treasurer's office,
Well-
because that is the last step in the process. So if that's what Matt needs to do, then that's what
Yeah.
Matt needs to do. And he can do it, because he's got the spreadsheets now that I built to be able to do it.
but that's what was always done before, is the appraiser would come after the end of the year, say, you need to move this from that to my account. And that's what happened. It wasn't, I just didn't do it because I
Because
didn't
you
want to.
filed that
but-
NRP with the appraiser, right, Patty? So you wouldn't have that
Hang on.
information, right?
I mean, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So the NRP, is it, what office is it filed in?
Let me explain, I have a document that explains the NRP process. We sat down with the commission at one point in time and said, this is how it works. It starts with the appraiser's office.
Okay.
They go through it. It has
Okay.
to get passed to the clerk.
Okay.
The clerk has a process in it too.
Okay.
And then Patty cuts the checks. But
Okay.
after Patty cuts the checks, she has to have some way to know how it gets dispersed. So she's
Okay.
telling you now that that has to come from the appraiser.
Well, what happens always
Okay.
before, the way the system's set up, yes. He told me the 5% to take out of there, I would transfer
And
it.
Yeah, okay.
who was it Matt, the clerk that, or the appraiser, the last one that asked you to do that?
No, that
No,
was the
so
one
it was a
before him.
previous,
Yeah,
so it wasn't
yeah.
passed on to
Okay.
him
Yeah.
to come to your
Okay.
office.
So the
Okay.
gap was when we hired a new person. We as in one of the
Yeah.
commissions
Yeah.
that sat here,
And to be
when they
quite
hired
honest,
a new
the
person.
NRP was so screwed up a few years ago, we went back and we recalculated, and honestly, we should have gone against someone's bond because it was not set up correctly in our system, and we didn't. We just paid it out.
Well, because all I do is, it's all set up in the appraiser's office.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's set up in there. Then it comes over to me to distribute. The system does the figures on all the distribution, on what it does, and then I just send out the checks and do the stuff on what CIC, they're tells me to do.
Shall we
I
step
asked-
in and do a
So
policy
it's
and
pretty much an
procedure for
automated.
this to make sure it goes good from here on out?
Probably.
Yeah.
We've
Let's just
done-
do that.
We've done
Let's just do
one
that.
where it shows how, it's a flow chart. It's
Okay.
basically all it is.
Yeah,
This is
and
how it
who,
happens.
because when it's everybody's responsibility, then I suppose it's probably nobody's, and that's probably what has happened here.
Yep.
We need to give direct duties to, well, the only one we can give direct duties to is the appraiser, so we need to say how we want it done in that office, and then at
Then
what
we need
point
to
we want
work
it to go to
with the
Patty.
Well, I
treasurer's
think
office and the
anybody-
clerk's
yeah.
office to,
You're-
it's a cooperative
tell them
thing.
you need to do this, they're gonna
Yes.
do it. I
Okay.
mean, as
But
an
it's
elected
taken-
official.
It's taken us a year to figure it out. I mean.
Let's just start good, like, right now, the next one that's filed, let's do the new system.
And we've asked CIC if there's a way for them to take that 5% and move it to a different code, and they said no.
Well, yeah, it can be
So it's good.
hand figured though, I mean, it's
Yeah.
not super difficult, It-
It's more difficult than you think, because we don't have all taxing entities that participate. So we have to peel out the ones.
So you have to
that
go ahead and give them theirs of that,
We,
the full,
well, so, for example, a cemetery doesn't participate, a fire district doesn't participate, and so you don't add them in. So a lot of times people misunderstand when
they don't get
their-
that, they,
don't
that
get
part's
that
not rebate.
Yeah,
Okay,
and so they get very frustrated because they think their bill's gonna be a lot higher. It's not. And so we walk through, that's why we created the spreadsheet, to walk through and say, this is why you're getting this
uh-huh,
amount. And so it works.
So you have a formula, so, but that formula done by hand to every single because it would be different in each area, because they all have different taxing
Yeah, you have
entities.
to look at the tax.
And so, but for each one, that should be able to be figured, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is right now.
Okay.
Mr. Hoyt?
Who enforces the rules and regulations of that NRP? I.e., if you owe back taxes and you show up on the delinquency list, you're supposed to be pulled out of that program.
A few years ago, the commission allowed for it to be a year late.
Yes.
They could pay a year late on their taxes and still get the rebate.
Wow, what a bonus.
So then we can undo that,
You could
correct?
undo that, yes.
Yes, okay.
If
It would
every,
make life a lot
Yeah.
easier on the treasurer.
yeah, if
Yeah.
everything went right on a year's treasure, once we get through sending out the checks, that 5% is what's left in the system and would be able to be paid out. But
Yeah.
it's messed up now and it,
Right,
you know,
right. Okay.
the
So it
numbers
just
are
needs to
correct.
stay there for now.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
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 And you know what? 3 weeks from now, I'm not gonna care.
Oh, Patty.
I'll
Be careful
care.
what you ask for.
I'll care.
One last thing.
Okay, one last thing before we adjourn.
Yeah, because we
Okay.
haven't motion to adjourn.
No, I know, I know.
On Monday, my recommendation is we do a very simple meeting. The biggest focus is gonna be talking to the sheriff and his accountant. And then, I don't know if we should continue it with the budget or just terminate the commissioners' meeting and then start up with a work session.
We can't vote in the work session.
Okay, then a special,
We just stay with the meeting. We
Okay,
just
all right.
adjust the agenda to
All right.
focus on.
works for
you
me
know,
too.
Yeah,
It's like,
we set a limit.
I just
on
wanna
it.
set that, I just wanna
Yeah. Okay.
put that expectation out
Priority
there.
becomes budget. Once we set with the sheriff, then everything else can step aside until then.
Right, sir.
All right? So I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.